mon ami, habibi. Bonjour, mi amore. Mi amore. Bonjour, omelette du fromage. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. Wait, I just realized there's like a thing. Huh? There's like a... What the... I just realized there's like an audio... controlled thing on my hat. Do you see it? Was that there before? What the... Huh. Was that there before? Maybe. I didn't notice it either. Oh, whatever. Oh, whatever. Secret camera? Yeah, I'm recording you. You're my cringe compilation. You know, suspiciously high tech, huh? Hello, my habibis! My habibis. What was the thing my friend taught me? Hold on. Assalamu alaikum, habibi. I know habibi is a cute word, huh? I learned habibi is for boys, and then habibti is for girls. Was my pronunciation good? Awesome. Well, hello everybody! Welcome! My name is Monet. Before we die, second generation Pedalite. Groovy, funky, retro, cutie, Monet. Where's my echo? Hold on. Hold on. Alright, we gotta do a take two. Hello, my name is Monet. Before we die, second generation Pedalite. You could be funky, retro, cutie, Monet. There we go. There we go. That was the proper one. Hello. Hello. Happy Saturday. Oh my god. I have slept so much. I don't know how to not sleep like crazy right now. I don't know how to not sleep like crazy right now. I went to bed last night. Honestly, like, pretty soon after I ended stream. And it was like 8 p.m. And I was like, man, 8 p.m. is it's too early to go to bed. I'm just gonna sit on the couch and watch some videos, right? What was I watching? I don't remember. Hello! And so I fell asleep on the couch. And I moved to bed. And so I fell asleep at like, I don't know, 8 p.m. or something like that. And then I didn't get out of bed until like, I don't know, 10 a.m. I'm still jet lagged. They say that military guys solve their jet lag by just like sitting out in the sun. But then that means I have to go outside. I had such a nice walk yesterday too, and then today I woke up and I was like, I'm gonna go on another walk today. I got dressed. Literally, like, I put my socks on, I had my bra on, I was like fully dressed. And then I just like I had the keys in my pocket. And then I was like, I don't feel like it. So I didn't go outside. In the end, I didn't feel like it. I was just like, what if I don't? What if I just go back to bed? So straight up, I made myself some breakfast and then I went back to bed. Better luck next time. Anyway, in case you are worried about my guts are starting to feel a little better. I can't fully tell. I still feel very, like, low energy. So, we will see. As you can tell by the yawns. Sorry. Sorry, it's my first time talking all day today. So, It is a soft that counts. It's true. It's true. So, welcome! If you were not here yesterday, welcome. It is time to talk more about my trip. So, yesterday, the thing is, there's so much of this trip that, like, I thought I was gonna finish everything in one stream, and then, like, didn't even make it halfway. So yesterday, I talked about being in London, the first half of being in France. I talked about going to the Claude Monet Gardens, going to the Eiffel Tower, that kind of stuff, the Louvre. But, in case that you need a refresher, let me introduce to you one more time some of the basics of the trip for those of you that were not here yesterday. So, I went on a 2-and-something week trip. Sorry. To London. Oh my god, sorry. My mouse handwriting is booey. Sorry. I went to London. I went to Paris. And Giverny. I went to Rome. And I went to Cairo, Egypt. And I also went to a little village. What was it called? It was... I looked it up. Hold on. Munshat Dashur. Munshat Dashur. Little farmer village. Dashur. So I feel like I went to a lot of places, honestly. All of this, 4 countries in 2 weeks. Yeah, it's in Egypt. This is Munshat Dashur is about like an hour-ish drive from Cairo. In Egypt, yes. Yes. So, I'm not gonna go into the detailed cast again, but this was a trip for 6 people. My mom. We're sorry. I'm not in the artistic vibes today, so the drawings are not gonna be my mom and her husband. If you want the detailed art, then you're gonna have to see stream 1, right? My mom, her husband, my mom's husband's son, and then my sister, her husband. And then me. Yippee! There's a little bit more effort. You can tell it's me. I have big boobs and a big butt. Yippee! And me. When Gartic phone only gives you 10 seconds to finish. So, once again, this is the cast of our trip. 6 people. 6 very different people. Varying in ages. Right? On a trip around the world. What shenanigans could possibly ensue? So, I've got a lot of pictures to show you, but where did we leave off last time? I believe last time I left off right after Giverny. So far, I have talked about going to London. London was cool. Honestly, the food wasn't that bad. London, like, it's very kind of like, it's interesting because it's a very old Gothic city. And the people in London are like they can be a little dry. But I think part of it is also that like everyone all over the world is just fucking fed up with tourists, and I don't blame them, right? I don't blame them at all. But London was cool. It's very Gothic. It's very like. I noticed London really likes their performance. They really like theater. They really like musicals. They really like plays. They're very much about that kind of stuff. It makes sense. When you kind of think about a city that is this old, you kind of realize that like it hasn't changed that much. You know? It hasn't changed that much at all. But it's a very pretty city. It's kind of dirty, kind of grimy, kind of gritty. But at the end of it, that's kind of what I liked about it. I kind of liked that it was grimy. I kind of liked that it was gritty. Mixed with that old kind of like Victorian Gothic English feel, right? One thing that I noticed about London is that people in London, they really appreciate their kind of like their little moments. I guess it makes sense when like, you know, like taking a tea break is very, very like, you know, very special in the culture. And I like that. I like that feeling of like, I feel like we don't have enough of that in the States. Like that culture of like stopping to like have a little coffee or have a tea or something. Like here in the States it's very like go, right? But like, I don't know, I kind of like that about London, right? The cool thing about London is that it's all neighborhoods. So like you don't just see London, you see all the little neighborhoods. There's a lot of little neighborhoods everywhere. And there's a ton of little neighborhoods to explore in London. So honestly, you could explore London for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and find so many different faces of London, so many different like corners of London, right? Very cool, very cool. Lots of cool old architecture. They're very much about the royal family kind of thing. I could not care less. I could not care less. could not care less. But it was cool. It was cool. One thing to note, if you ever go to London, they do not believe in air conditioning here. So if you ever go during the heat, God bless you. They do not believe in air conditioning. They do not believe in refrigeration. They do not believe in ice cubes. They do not believe in cold drinks. So, you know, good luck. Good luck if it's a hot day and you go to London. Because, like, there is not a single fucking fan anywhere. There was no AC anywhere. There was, like... I think the part that was the most miserable about being in London is that there was, like, no, like, ventilation anywhere. And I mean, I did hear that, like, the days that I was there were, like, a little hotter than usual. But still, like, there, like, people didn't even have fucking, like, fans. Like, there's not even fans. There's no AC anywhere. I understand that there's no AC because a lot of the buildings are older and they're from, like, before AC was a thing. And also the fact that they don't usually need it. You don't usually need air conditioning in a place like London. But at least put a fan out, man. Like, I think that the part that bothered me the most was just that, like, the air was so still everywhere. And it's so humid in London. It's so fucking humid. You're just sweating balls. Like, you're sweating buckets. And there's not a fan in sight. That's my big complaint about London. There's no air circulation. There's no ventilation or anything. I am about halfway into telling you about Paris. Paris is very gorgeous. Very, 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 very gorgeous. Everywhere you look in Paris, it looks like art. Literally everywhere. Everywhere you look, it's art. I gotta say, the transit system in France, or in Paris at least, very reliable. The buses were very good. The metro system was very good. Good food everywhere. Good food, like good coffee, good bread everywhere. It's a really, like, really good spot if you like to just, like, sit and enjoy, like, a drink, or if you like to enjoy a coffee, right? Lots of stuff like that, right? Fun fact about Paris, the city looks like that because of projects to eradicate the poor people of the central Paris. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, probably. Heard stories about lack of deodorant. I don't know, cause I'm gonna be real, I was probably contributing to the stench. Cause I was sweating my booty off in Europe. So I probably wasn't helping, to be honest. I most likely was not helping either, so, you know, I can't complain about any lack of deodorant, cause I was probably stinking up the place too, so it's okay. It's okay though, I'm kinda used to that because when I went to Japan, Japanese people don't wear deodorant either. I guess the difference though is that, like, they don't really need it. Okay, that's a lie. That's a lie. You go to Comiket in the summer, they absolutely need it. They absolutely need it. But in some countries, deodorant just isn't really a thing, you know? It's not really a thing in some places. Anyway, Paris is very nice. People that, like, the service people are very sweet. Everybody speaks a little bit of English, which is nice. I guess that's just how it is in most, like, tourist-heavy countries, right? Or tourist-heavy cities, rather. Your regular French people in Paris can be kind of cold. But like I said, I think part of that too is just that, like, nobody wants to deal with tourists, right? I think I would also be mean to tourists if my city became a tourist destination, right? The people in Paris are very, very thin, very fashionable, very cool. Um, so everybody there was pretty nice. My complaint about Paris was that it was hard to find, like, it was hard to find something that wasn't just a little cafe. There are cafes everywhere. So if you just want like a drink or like a little coffee or something, like you're not gonna have any trouble. But I feel like finding a normal restaurant, I guess part of it too is because we were a family of 6, right? Like finding a regular ass restaurant was like a little bit more of a challenge than it should have been. But it was very pretty. It was very pretty. And it's a very bougie city. Like, all of Paris is very, like, high money designers and stuff like that. Are any known French meals that aren't desserts? Yeah, there's plenty. There's plenty. I had a beef bourguignon. I wanted to try a, what's it called? Pot au feu? It's like vegetable soup. There's lots of good stuff. French onion soup. Lots of stuff. Yeah, Paris is very nice. It has its like little neighborhoods, but not as much as London. However, I really recommend you check out all the churches in Paris. Very, very pretty. I know, I love French onion soup too. So good. One thing about Paris is if you like wine, if you are a winehead, Paris is absolutely your place. Everywhere you go serves wine. And they serve good wine. They're trying to UK food? Yeah! If you missed my first stream, I had full English breakfast, I had fish and chips, I had a really good steak and ale pie with mashed potatoes, I had a lamb and mint sausage roll. What else did I have? I didn't mention this, but I had I had Shake Shack in London. I didn't mention it, but I had Shake Shack in London. It wasn't my idea, okay? It wasn't my idea. I was with my sister and her husband, and we were all hungry. And I think instead of like them trying to find where to eat, they just wanted something familiar. So I just went along with them. I was like, you know what, fuck it, whatever. They're paying for my food anyway. So whatever, you know? So we got Shake Shack. And I forgot to tell you guys this story. It like, this is one of those moments where it really hit me. Like, the portion sizes in the US versus Europe, right? So like, if you go to the US, say you go to like a fast food joint, right? You order a small, right? You get a small and it's like... That's the straw, right? It's pretty big. It's like this big, right? It's a pretty tall drink. This is small. You go to Europe, or rather like in London, well really the rest of Europe, honestly. And you order a small drink, and no joke, it's like this. Like, no joke, you get a little cup. I only had McDonald's for breakfast in the airport, like, once. So... Did I invade Rem's home? No! I wish I could have gone to, like, V Expo or something. It turns out V Expo, though, was, like, 2 hours away from where I was. So, I was, like, not even in the same city as V Expo. baby cup. It's like that in Canada too. Honestly, it should probably be this way in the United States too. But you know, we gotta supersize everything here. Anyway. Here, let me get over to my screen. Where's my pictures? There we go. Okay. Sorry, I think it went back to... It went back to my first pictures. So, hold on, we're gonna have to skip through. These are the pictures from... Oh, sorry, these are from France. Okay, I guess I can show you these a little bit. These are from France. These are... That's from London. These are from a church I did not go into. I stayed outside. So these pictures are from my sister. These are from a church. I don't even remember what the church is called. My feet were hurting so bad I just sat outside. So I didn't go inside. But my sister took these with her nice camera. So I don't know, they were on the same SD card as mine. Cause she let me borrow her SD card, so I figured I would show these off. Look at this very nice church, though. I believe this is inside the opera theater. This is like a ceiling, decoration in the opera theater. It doesn't even look real. It's crazy. Look at these. These don't even look real. It is so intricate. This is like the big theme of like French design. And a lot of French architecture was just like absolute like opulence. Is like the word I can think of. Just like opulence. Just absolute amount of detail in everything. Monet, is there a stereo Picasso? There sure is. This is, I believe, from the inside of the opera theater. I didn't go in here, but my sister did. So I'm just showing you her pictures real quick. But it looks very gorgeous. Look at that. Look at that. This is a theater. There was so much in France that just looked like this. That just like looked this like detailed, this gorgeous, with paintings everywhere. Like so much in Paris just casually looked like this. I think that's our picture of Notre Dame. Yeah. You can see the stained glass a little better. Yeah. Very nice. A lot of the stuff in a lot of these like fancy buildings were built like around the 1600s, 1700s. Oh, here's my pictures from London. Okay. Quick run through of everything I saw in London. My blurry ass pictures. You get a nice peek through if you weren't here yesterday. I gotta say, like the dates on the corner of the pictures, like I didn't like them at first, but I kind of like them now because it's nice to know, like what day it was taken, even though the year is off, you know? Yeah, if you weren't here yesterday, then you better be looking fast. You better be looking real fast. Lots of London. Very nice, very nice. Camden, the National British Museum. This is when I was exploring Soho. That's my steak and ale pie. There's the London Tower, or the London Bridge. I went to the London Tower. This is Borough Market. Alright, we're in France. Did I catch you into the parades like changing of the guard? We were supposed to. However, we showed up late to the changing of the guard. I guess it was at 10 a.m. We showed up at I think like 10:15 or something like that, and it was already over. What did those scratches say? Skate fast, eat ass. Punch Nazis, I guess. I think. Oh yeah, the beautiful the beautiful national flag of France. Here's the inside of the Fayette shops. The Eiffel Tower. The Louvre. Here's Saint Chapelle. I showed all of these yesterday, so I'm not gonna stop and look at them right now. Here's the tomb of Napoleon. Oh, here's the pictures from when I went to Claude Monet's gardens. Very nice. I don't get tired of these pictures. They look so pretty. Alright, I think we left off right at the end of being at the Claude Monet Gardens. Yeah, this is the Latin Quarter. I talked about this. Me and my mom having a little date. We got sweets and coffee. I think about this statue a lot. This statue is really cool. I think I stopped around here. Oh yeah, with the chocolate and the croissant. Yeah, okay, and then the next pictures are in Rome. Okay, hold on. We gotta catch up on these ones too. Well, I'll show you guys this later. Some slight spoilers there. My mom taking pictures of me. Some food I ate in London. Come on. Here's the London Tower. My sausage roll. Oh yeah, some pictures of Paris. My charcuterie. Some more pictures of the Louvre. I took pictures with both my digital camera and my phone. That's why I have 2 different photo reels. Oh yeah, I gotta tell you about the weird panini. It's not a panini, it's a French taco. Let me tell you about my French taco. Hold on. Come on, I'm almost out of these pictures. Okay. The French taco. This is a French taco. So le taco. So by pure accident, every single night, late at night in France, I ate kebab. Almost every single night. No, I think actually every single night that I was in France, that I was in Paris. Basically, we'd get back from, like, you know, touring and everything, like, from doing all our stuff. And it would be, like, 10, 11, midnight, right? And the only thing open would be, like, the dingy little kebab shops on the way to the hotel. And we usually, we would be starving. We would be freaking starving. So, like, it was really good, right? And you can get like a lot of different things. You can even get like pizza at kebab shops. You can get burgers if you want. You can get falafel. You can get like it's like a bunch of things. But something that I was specifically recommended by a French tabemono on Twitter was a French taco with samurai sauce. Is specifically what I was recommended. It was when I posted a picture of me with the Eiffel Tower. They're like they quote retweeted it with like whoa, you know, like Monet in France, like you know, like she sure picked the time to come to France kind of thing, right? And then I was just kind of snooping around, right? I was looking in the comments, in the replies, and it was like another French person saying like, I can't wait until she gets to go to like a dingy, borderline unsanitary kebab shop and has a French taco with samurai sauce and cries with joy. And so like it was funny to me because like at that point I'd already had kebab like twice. And kebab shops were nothing but like sacred to me at this point because like the very first night we went to one, I am not kidding. I was about to piss myself. Like you ever have to pee so bad that like you unironically legit think you're not gonna make it? Like that you start like honestly considering I'm just gonna go in a bush. Like I don't even care anymore. Like, you know, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna relieve myself in a bush. You know? And there are public toilets in France. In Paris. They're not very clean, but they're there, you know? But it's like it was like our first night there. I didn't know anything, right? So to me, this dingy kebab shop was a savior because I managed to go pee in their bathroom. This tiny little bathroom, it was pretty dingy. But anyway, yeah, they told me try a French taco from a kebab shop with samurai sauce. And so I was like, okay, you know what? Alright, bet. Like, at this point, I already tried, like, 3 different things from the kebab shop. And I had seen the tacos on the menu. And I just remember laughing at first. Because I was like, really? Like, that's what they think a taco is here, right? So I ordered it. And I gotta say, it was pretty fucking good. It's just, it's like Taco Bell if it was good. It was a tortilla. It was straight up a tortilla. Grilled with a ton of cheese on the inside. With chicken. And samurai sauce is kind of like... How can I explain it? It's like a slightly tangy, kind of like mayonnaise-like spicy sauce. It's like some sort of mix between like wasabi mayo and sriracha mayo with like maybe a little bit of ketchup. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. But it was a little spicy and it was good. It was like spicy and creamy. Honestly, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. You like samurai sauce? I like that it was spelled. It was spelled samurai. I don't know. I just thought I thought it was a funny little thing. It was spelled samurai. Samurai. At least in France. Anyway. Well, there's some other pictures there. Oh, I didn't get to tell you guys about Disneyland Paris. I think that was like the last thing we did. So on the 13th we went to Disneyland Paris for my mom's birthday. So we all I have to draw this. We all went. That's my mom, right? She had her little like we all had matching Disneyland Paris shirts that my mom ordered off of Temu. They were so bad, you guys. The shirts were so fun. They were so bad. We left them in Paris. We just threw them away afterwards because they were shit. And hers just says like birthday girl, like birthday girl, whatever, right? My mom got custom blinged out, like mouse ears, right? And all of us had to wear... What did the shirt look like? It was like... It was so bad because it was like Temu shirts with the graphics made with like shitty AI. And it just said like Disneyland Paris. And the shirts were like... The fabric was so awful. It might as well have been made out of paper. It was like... It just had like, you know, the Eiffel Tower, you know, like the arc, and it just said like Paris, Disneyland, you know, Disneyland. And then it had Mickey Mouse or some shit, something like that. But it was like really shitty. It was really shitty like AI stuff that she got. No, she got them off of Temu. Like, I guess there's just like, you can just... Yeah, it's like a grimy JPEG. I guess you can just order this kind of stuff off of Temu, you know? And if you watched my streams a couple months before the trip, you were probably there during like the Pedalcraft stream where like I found out that we all had to wear matching shirts at Disneyland. right? But so thankfully it wasn't that bad. We were by far not the only family wearing matching fucking Disneyland Paris shirts. It felt like it was every other family was wearing matching t-shirts. So I guess that's just, you know, I guess that's just what people like to do now. I told my mom that originally I was like originally I was really embarrassed. And she was like, I had to pick just one really dorky thing to do. She was like, and I wanted to wear matching shirts. I was like, okay. Matching shirts is the price I would pay for a world tour. Yeah, I know, exactly. And it's like, there were so many things during this trip that was like, okay, you know, I wouldn't normally do this on my life. But, you know, I am on this trip for free. You know, like, I am being... you know, they paid for me to come here. So... You're just a little whimsy, yeah. And we all had ears, right? I had some ears I had from Tokyo Disney. My sister had her, like, burger Mickey Mouse ears. My sister's husband really likes wiener dogs, so he had, like, the... What's his name? Slinky? The Slinky dog from Toy Story. The one voiced by Ernest. Slinky dog, right? Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, we all had our little ears and stuff. And something I hadn't been to Disneyland in a hot minute. So I guess like a trend that they have now is they sell little plushies at Disneyland with a magnet on the bottom and then like a little panel. And you slip the metal panel under your shirt. Or under your hat or whatever. And then the bottom of the plushie has a magnet. So you can make it look like the plushie is like sitting on your shoulder. Or like on your hat. Or on your backpack. Or wherever you want. It looks really stinking cute. It looks really stinking cute. And they have them for like everyone. Like not really like the main Disney characters, but like the little guys. You know? They have them for like a lot of like the little mascot characters from the movie. So I had a little Remy on my shoulder, and my sister had what's the brown rat? Emile or something like that? Yeah. Anyway, this is the entrance. There's 2 parks at Disneyland. I did ride a Cars thing, by the way. It was okay. It was alright. They did have car stuff. They have like a Disney Hollywood park or whatever. I forget what it's called. It's like a smaller park with mostly like Pixar rides. And then you go to the actual Disneyland park. And this one is much more like a recreation of like the classic Disneyland, right? With like a lot of the classic rides, like the classic areas. Very pretty. I got to see the parade. I was really happy they actually had some representation for Coco. I was pretty happy. You know, being Mexican and being somewhat of a Disney fan just because of my family, right? Like, I liked Coco a lot. I thought Coco was a cute movie. So it was really nice to like see representation for it, right? And they had it like on their show too, like their like fireworks show and everything. They included it. I wasn't surprised. I don't know if it's that way in the regular Disneyland too, but you should watch it. Coco's actually really cute. It's really cute. It's really well done. This is a picture I took from a chair. So around the time we got out of the Haunted Mansion, it started... No, was it Haunted Mansion? No, it was Pirates of the Caribbean. Right after we got out of Pirates of the Caribbean, it started raining. Like fucking crazy. Like just absolute like storm downpour. just raining super, super, super heavy. And so I was chilling. My feet were hurting so bad. So I just took the chance to sit. I was chewing gum. I was like sitting on a bench under a little umbrella, right? And everybody was freaking out. And like, it got emptied out. Like, normally there'd be huge crowds in this area. It was just completely empty because everybody was looking for shelter, right? Because it was the kind of rain that, like, even an umbrella wasn't enough. And this pirate simulator. It wasn't thundering. It was just raining really hard. Here's a really cool shot of the haunted mansion I took. I like seeing the differences between Disney rides in different parks. So I don't know how many of you like have gone to a lot of Disney parks. I've gone to like, you know, I've gone to the ones in California, been to the ones in Japan, and now I've been to the ones here in Paris, right? I gotta say the one in Paris was really good. It had a slightly different feel. Like, it still had some of the classics, like classic scenes, like the ballroom dancing, the, like, you know, the elevator that extends at the entrance, that kind of stuff. But it had a lot of like other stuff that the other rides don't have, so it was really cool. Yeah, the Cars rides at Disneyland are really cool. I also went on the Pirates of the Caribbean one. Was like basically the same thing. Indiana Jones was way different because Indiana Jones in Disneyland Paris is just a it's like an outdoor roller coaster. Like there's no animatronics, there's no like story or narration. It's just like an outdoor roller coaster. It was really cool, and their Space Mountain was also really cool. I didn't go on that many rides because the wait times are really, really brutal on my feet. So I skipped out on a lot of rides. And also because, you know, like most wait times at Disneyland is like, you know, like fucking 15 minutes. But the nice thing about the rain is that like as soon as it stopped raining, you could go line up for whatever ride you wanted, and it was like a 5-minute wait. It was awesome. Here's a bread sandwich thingy I had. This is pretty good. It was filled with French cheese and like ham. It was really, really good. I think that's it for Disneyland. Looks like a funny piece of bread. It was pretty good. Honestly, the food, if you've ever been to Disneyland in California, like the food is not that great at Disneyland usually. The food at Disney Paris was actually pretty good. It was a lot of bread, but it was good bread. I had a good pretzel with cheese, with like baked cheese into it. There was pretty good food, honestly. Cute nail, thank you. Ugh. Sorry, you guys. I know we haven't gone very far into this. I gotta take a beer right back and go to the bathroom really quick. So, hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on. Ooh, Sorry, my tummy started hurting. Sorry. Ooh. Sorry. I'm okay now. Ooh. Ooh. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you. Is the pain bad? It's okay right now. I'm not 100% still, but you know, we do what we can. Oh yeah, somebody posted a picture of the magnetic rummy on the Discord here. I'll show you what it looked like. This is the rummy I had on my shoulder. Isn't it cute? It goes on your shoulder. It's a little rummy. I had a Remy and my sister had an Emil. Thank you! My sister had an Emil because like years ago we did a 5K with we did a 5K with my mom through Disneyland, where you were in a race, you were in a little like 5K race through Disneyland, and you're supposed to like dress up all silly for those. So we dressed up my mom as the chef from Ratatouille. What was his name? Gusteau, I think. And put her in a little tutu and then like her chef hat. We did it so that like there was like a paper cutout. No, was it Linguini? Maybe. It was like the big chef. I don't know. And so we had like a paper cutout of Remy like pulling hair, you know, from underneath, and then we had like a little like headband with a light. So that when you put on the chef hat, it really did look like there was like a shadow of Remy underneath. It was really, really cool. And then me and my sister were both like the rats. And we had little rat ears that like we handmade and little tutus and everything. It was really silly. But we kind of have like an attachment to the characters ever since, right? We kind of have an attachment to Ratatouille. I think it was just kind of like, it was one of those movies that we all really liked as a family a lot. So it's the family favorite, Ratatouille. So yeah, that was Tokyo Disney. My mom is a huge Disney nerd, so we were there from the moment it opened until the moment it closed, which is what, from like 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. I was at Disneyland that day. It was literally the entire day. Literally the entire day. That's how it always is when my mom goes to Disneyland. She will not accept anything less than being there from open until close. She just won't accept it. Like that's just how it is when my mom goes to Disneyland. It has to be from the moment the park opens to the moment the park closes. I was so tired. I was limping around. I was literally limping at Disneyland, but I was really upset because like I wanted to go on the rides. Yeah, my mom's a huge Disney fan. Yeah, you gotta do everything. Yeah. We got to eat at the Ratatouille restaurant, which was very cute. Did I take any pictures? I don't think I sent any pictures. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the picture. Ratatouille restaurant. Apparently, it's very hard to get reservations for it. Oh yeah, I did find the picture. Okay, it is very cute in person. It's the Bistro Chez Remy. The whole thing is designed to look like a miniature, like you're like a rat, like you're like the size of a rat. The whole restaurant is designed to look like you are rat sized. So everything is like designed to look huge. It's really stinking cute. It's really, really cute on the inside. This is what the inside of the restaurant looks like. And this is where my mom wanted to eat her birthday dinner. Yeah, it's really cute. The food was okay. The food was like kind of mid. You know? Like it was kind of like more towards like leaning towards like higher, like fancier food, you know? But it was like I had a steak here, and it was whatever. The food was like, it was just okay, you know? It wasn't anything impressive. I've had some very impressive food from Disney restaurants. This wasn't one of them. But it was very cute. And then you could see people load into the ride from one of the walls. Did they have the ratatouille? They did, but not. So like normally ratatouille is like sliced veggies, like it's like specifically like sliced. They gave you ratatouille with every entree, like every main dish, but it was more like diced, so it wasn't the same. But yeah, the food here was kind of like whatever, you know. If you ever go here, don't expect the food to like blow your mind. It was good, but it wasn't anything crazy, right? So that was Disneyland. And then I believe the day after we got on the train to go to Italy. Oh no, JK. I guess we went to Versailles the next day. Yeah, because I think these are the pictures from Versailles. Yeah. Okay. The next day we went to Versailles. Just kidding. Versailles, the famous palace, made by French royalty, known by Marie Antoinette, who got her head chopped off. It's very interesting. It's crazy. It is insane the level of like opulence in this palace. I think some history that's really interesting about Versailles is that at the time that like Marie Antoinette and all those people, at the time that all those people were alive and that Versailles was like, you know, like still in use like that, the people of Paris hated it because, I mean, it makes sense. Like, people were fucking starving, right? Like, the rest of Paris was fucking starving. The rest of France was struggling. There was poverty everywhere. And then, look at this shit. You know? Like, all the money was being spent here. Like, look at this. Oh, not that, but... This is the ceiling mural at the famous Hall of Mirrors. I didn't even go in the garden. I didn't even go in the garden because me and my sister had a different thing that we were going to, and I'll show you the pictures in a bit. I'll show you the pictures in a second. We had a different thing we had to go to at 4, so we had to make sure we made it in time. So yeah, Marie Antoinette, if you don't know your French history, she had her head cut off. She was put in the guillotine because, I mean, yeah, she was very oblivious to the reality of what was actually going on, you know? It was very interesting. The two things I did on this day, right? Yeah, the gardens are enormous. I didn't even see them. I left early. We went to a restaurant called Angelina. I had a very good, like, little chicken pot pie kind of thing. And, like, a croissant bowl. Very good. It was very fancy. This is inside the palace. If you get a chance to go here, I would recommend it. The food's pretty good. And then I had this delicious apricot Mont Blanc. Very, very good. My mom was very impressed with me because she was like, we were waiting in line and she saw some of these like in little like dessert fridge. And she's looking at it and she's like, oh, that looks really good. I wonder what that is. And I'm like, oh, you know, me, very cultured. I'm like, oh, that looks like a Mont Blanc. And then she goes over to check, and then she comes back, and she's like, ay, pinche mono. She's like, you're so cultured. Wow. And I was like, I told you I'm educated. I told you I have culture. She's like, wow, you're so cultured. I'm like, I told you. I was like, I told you I'm very worldly. If you've never had a Mont Blanc, basically it's like a chestnut, like chestnut cream with like a little bit of like cake. The ones in Japan will have a chestnut on the inside. This one didn't. This one was an apricot one too, so it has like pieces of apricot, and then at the bottom it had like apricot like sauce. It was really, really good. Yeah, I knew about it because I had had Mont Blanc in Japan a lot. But it was really good. It turns out that this bakery, Angelina, their Mont Blanc is really famous. So me and my mom tried it, and I had a tea also here that was really good. Oh. Oh, there's... Okay. Hold on. It's not time for the cat cafe yet. Wait, where are my pictures of... Was the cat cafe after? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, JK, the thing we had it for was at a different place. Sorry, I'm getting some of my stuff mixed up. I'm getting some of my stuff. Yeah, the days are starting to become blurred. Sorry, the other thing I want to tell you about was in Rome, not in France. One of the last things I did in one of the last things I did in France is I went to a cat cafe. It was actually a cat cafe, like, I don't know, like a 5-minute walk from our hotel. And at this point I was missing my cats a lot. Honestly, I was missing my cats a whole bunch. So I took my 10 euros and I went to a cat cafe. This is how I know I have brain rot. So cat in French is spelled chat. And so the entire time I was there, I just kept thinking to myself, chat, is this real? Chat, is this real? Chat, check this out. Chat, is this true? Chat, clip that. Le chat, is this real? Anyway, I really wanted to go to the cat cafe because I saw this little guy in the window. This is not the most flattering picture of him. But it's the only picture I got of him with his eyes open. So all of the cats have names and profiles and everything, right? So this is Cesar. Cesar. He's a little hairless sphinx. This guy was a troublemaker. He like once he was like sleeping in a pile of like 3 cats. Once he woke up, he started causing chaos. He was very friendly. All the cats were very friendly. He started causing chaos. He like went around, he started slapping some of the other cats. And then he like started climbing around. And then every time they would open the door, because like there was a door between like the cat area and the cashier, basically so that none of the cats could get out, right? He would open the door on his own and then get out and then just like run around the cashier and run around where he wasn't supposed to be. And like I would just hear the storekeepers be like, Cesar! Cesar! And like they would just like time and time again go pick him up and bring him back to the cat area, and then he would run again. And then Cesar! They would go pick him up. Cesar! And go again and pick him up. I don't know if this is a French thing. All the people at the cat cafe kept calling the cats like little like shoo shoo. They'd be like shoo shoo, shoo shoo, shoo shoo. I wonder if it's just like a little pet name for like pets, you know? But it was very cute. So that's Cesar. This is Uno. He was a Maine Coon, an orange Maine Coon. These cats are huge. I'd never seen like a Maine Coon in person. They're enormous. This cat was ridiculously big. Yeah, he is number 1. That's why he was called Uno. He was really funny. His eyes were like... He was kind of wild. He was always jumping around everywhere. He like... He would let me touch him, but he was a little hesitant. I don't know, maybe it's because I smell like tourist. His eyes were kind of funny. I don't think I got him properly. This is what the rest of the cafe looked like. Very cute. I got a little it was like a coffee with whipped cream. It was very tasty. Very tasty. They had a dog too for some reason. They had a dog in the cafe. The dog was just chilling by the window. And then you can see they had little profiles of all the cats on the wall with like hand-drawn illustrations of all the cats in like little like French school uniforms with their names and their profiles. It was very cute. Is this Sushi? She had a fucking ridiculous face, like she just saw a ghost every time. She wasn't like, she just kind of like walked around. She didn't really do anything special. She just kind of roamed around. But she was very cute. Like she peeked over and yeah, like she's seen some shit. This was eating time for all the cats. Very cute. They were all eating out of like one big bowl. This is my friend. This is my buddy. This was my lover away from home. Zazu. That was his name. His name was Zazu. It was just like a fat orange cat. Just like a fat orange cat with like these little ears that like flipped upwards. And he hung out next to me for a little bit and he let me rub his belly and he was just rolling around. And oh, it made me so happy. It made me so happy. Reminds me of someone. Exactly! He reminded me of my own fat cat. So I really like, I had such a blast rubbing his tummy. Very cute. His name is Zazu. He had some big paws too. Look at his paws. They're big. Just chilling. This is Tintin, or Chintin, I guess. Another Maine Coon. This guy was huge. And he was like... This guy was like the king. He was like the aloof cool king of the entire cat cafe. He was probably the biggest cat in the entire cafe. He was fucking huge. He was like the size of a dog. Very, like, always just looking very cool, very, like, unbothered, you know? Very, like, you know, you may pet me if I approve of it, kind of thing. Like, very laid back kind of cat. Oh, that's a different picture. Yeah, and that's the cat cafe! Dun dun dun! That was the last thing I did in France. It was very nice. I like the cat cafe. I was the only tourist there. I had never been into a cat cafe anywhere, so like I felt a little like I didn't know what to do. But I guess you just drink your drink and you just pet all the cats. You just hang out with the cats and you pet them and you play with them and that's it. And that's it. And it's very cute. They had a lot of like places to play around in and everything. No, I'm not even in Japan. I didn't go to a cat cafe in Japan. When I was living in Japan, I was more of a dog person. So I didn't have cats yet when I was living in Japan. So instead of going to cat cafes, I would go hang out by the river in Japan, and I would just like wait for people to come by walking their dogs and then ask if I could pet their dogs. that was my equivalent in Japan. I would just ask people if I could pet their dog. And people were very sweet. So, it was after this that we went to... Dun, dun, dun. We went to Rome! This was the view from our apartment. It was like an Airbnb kind of thing. I don't know. We had a whole apartment to ourselves, which was very cool. It was literally like it was like a 2-3 minute walk from the Fountain of Trevi, a very famous like tourist destination. So the street here was always packed. It was always packed, like up until late at night. Honestly, I really liked Rome. I immediately really liked Rome. It felt very, very open and very welcoming. Right? In like the sense that like all the stores were like a lot of restaurants, everything was kind of like open air. I think it's just because it was kind of like a warmer climate kind of place. It was just like a hotter place. What's the Colosseum? We walked around, and this is the palace. I forget what this place name was. This is like one of like the big like government palaces. I think it's a museum now. But it was very, very pretty. Just the statues and everything were gorgeous. Do I have any better pictures? Oh yeah, here we go. Here's some pictures during the daytime. You see, so this is kind of like a general shot of like what it looked like around there. You kind of see how like El Altar de la Patria. Oh, I see. They keep the unknown soldiers there. Oh. How are the buses in Rome? Did I take? I don't think I took any buses in Rome. Everything was really walkable. Everything was super walkable. We were really close to everything, so we just walked to everything in Rome. Because this was like not that far. This was only like maybe like a 10-minute walk from our apartment that we were staying at. And the only buses I went to in Rome were like the tourist buses. I did take the metro in Rome though, and that was pretty nice. Right? It's old, but it worked fine. But yeah, I mostly just walked everywhere in Rome. Rome was very walkable. Like, it was really, really easy to walk in, honestly. Aside from, like... Rome had the kind of traffic where, like, if you wanted to cross the street, you kind of had to just, like, go. And that always makes me a little anxious. Like, you kind of just have to throw yourself out. Like, you can't, like... Yeah, you can wait for the sign, you know, to cross and everything, but you kind of just have to... You know? Kind of just have to throw yourself. It's very pretty. The very first day we walked around and then we went to the Colosseum. There it is. Something that I thought was a little stupid about the Colosseum is that, like, you see how there's people here at the bottom and then there's people at the top? Those are different tickets that you have to buy. It was kind of like the stupid downside of a lot of these tourist attractions is that, like, they monetize the ever-living fuck out of them. So, like, I got to see the arena, which was really cool, right? Like, the arena was, like, you know, getting seated up close and everything like that. But if you want to go under, then that's a different ticket. If you want to go to the area above, then that's another ticket. That's a different ticket. But it was very cool. I didn't get to see that much of it, honestly. And unfortunately, I didn't get to see the Roman Forum, I think is what they call it, like a lot of the other ruins. I wanted to, but the only people going to it were my stepdad and his son, and like I didn't want to go with them, so I didn't go. I didn't want to go with them, so I went off with my mom instead. Did I ponder about Roman Empire while visiting? Kinda, yeah, actually. Here's another shot of the Colosseum. Honestly, a lot of it is pretty well preserved. Like, you see some pictures of it, and you kind of think like, oh man, this place is so busted up. But it's like, it's not that... Like, a lot of it is still there. It's surprising. While... Something that I did think about a lot while I was in Rome is that, like, a lot of Rome still has the same kind of architecture. Like, the city is very modernized, but you see a lot of the same kind of architecture everywhere. And so you kind of get a feeling of like, oh, like, this kind of must, like, this can't be that different than what it felt like probably to walk in ancient Rome. Because, like, a lot of the architecture that you see and stuff like the Colosseum and all of that, like, it was kind of everywhere. Like, that, like, regular-ass buildings, like, regular-ass buildings had the same kind of, like, style. The same kind of, like, facades, right? So everything kind of felt that way, you know? During Mussolini era, a lot of buildings were built in the same architecture as old Roman buildings. Ah, I see. I think that's why a lot of Rome still felt very, like, it felt very old Roman. And I like that a lot about it. I also kind of like the fact that Rome felt a little like dirtier, but in the good sense. Like, Paris was really beautiful and I really liked Paris. But Paris was very dressed up. Very pretty, very made up, you know? Very, like, cleaned up and polished. Yeah, rustic. Rome felt very rustic. It felt very, like, worn down in a natural sense. Everything was kind of out in the open air. It felt a lot more, like, lived in a different sense. I really liked Rome. And of course, it doesn't it doesn't help that like there's a gelato shop every like 5 steps you take in Rome. It is so good. It is so good. There were some days when I was in Rome that I had gelato like 2 times, 3 times a day. It was so good. It was so fucking good. There's like literally like really like you like during under like a single street there would be like 10 gelato shops. You would take 5 steps, there'd be another gelato shop. Another 5 steps, there'd be another gelato shop. And they were all so fucking good. They were all so good. So good. I want gelato again so bad. I was never a gelato person beforehand. But now I'm a huge fan. You came during the Jubilee years, so Rome got really cleaned up. Whoa, that makes sense. Yeah. So this is the Church of Santa Maria Maggiore. This is a church that my mom really wanted to go to. I went to a lot of churches with my mom. Look at the ceiling on here. Look at like the gilded ceiling with all the gold leaf and like the paintings everywhere. Absolutely beautiful. Here's what the altar looked like. So something very, very special, right? Like somebody in the chat mentioned, this year is Jubilee year in Rome, which is a really big deal for Catholics. Basically, it only happens every 25 years. And during Jubilee year, specifically one of the things that I got to see is once every 25 years during Jubilee year, they open the 4 holy doors, las Puertas Santas, in Rome. The holy doors are said that if you walk through a holy door, you are basically cleansed of all sin, right? There's one in the Vatican, there's one here at Santa Maria Maggiore, and then I don't know where the other 2 are. But like they're supposed to be a huge deal, right? Normally they're closed, and normally you can't go through them. But only during Jubilee year, which is only once every 25 years, you can walk through them. So I walked through not 1 but 2 holy doors. So I'm like basically I'm basically a born again virgin, right? I am so pure and innocent. I'm basically a born again virgin. I am free of all sin. I am the purest, most innocent girl you have ever seen in your life. I am officially the most say-so girl in all of Ephormine. I am free of sin. I have never sinned. Extra say-so. I am extra clean. Free of all sin forever. That's gonna last for about a week, give or take. Shush. Shush. Le chat, is this true? Anyway, Santa Maggiore was really nice. Not only was it a gorgeous fucking church, but also it had a lot of really interesting stuff. For example, you see that like altar that's kind of glowing at the bottom of the light? Apparently, in there is stored some pieces of hay, like dried grass, from the crib where Jesus Christ was born. Like, apparently that entire altar there at the bottom was built just to store and display that. Just pieces of grass from the crib where Jesus Christ was born. Did you know Spanish was Italian easy to figure out? Yeah, actually. Yeah, it was. I actually, like, rather than speaking to people in English in Rome, I just spoke to them in Spanish. And we were able to just, like, communicate way easier that way. I didn't take a picture of it, but in this church was also the tomb of Pope Francis. I guess this was his favorite church. And I guess he's one of the very rare popes to be buried outside of the Vatican. Apparently he requested to be buried here at Santa Maggiore. Or Santa Maria Maggiore. So it was on the other side. His tomb was there. You could go see it. I felt so bad because, like, so this was the first time I went to the church. I went to the church again another time with my mom because she really wanted to go and she didn't get to go when I went the first time. So I, like, escorted her. We took a taxi to go see it because she really wanted to go see this church. There was this line. There was, like, a bunch of people lined up and I didn't realize that it was like a line to see the tomb of Pope Francis, right? So my mom was like, "Oh, what's this line for? What's this line for?" And I was like, "I don't know, but hold on." I just, like, I went through the line and I was just like, excuse me, pardon, excuse me. I just, like, basically shoved everybody out of the way and I got my mom. Like, I just pushed me and my mom to the front of the line. Not realizing that there was this whole line just to, like, you know, look at the tomb of Pope Francis. So I got my mom up to the front, like, VIP style. I got her up VIP style. We took pictures of it, and then walked out, you know. But it was very nice. She liked it a lot. It was, yeah, I took her later. I don't think I took any pictures later. I might have. Here's a closer picture of the palace de la Patria. It is just fucking gorgeous. Like, I cannot state enough. And this is just like you just see people, like, just sitting in the fountains. Like, it really, somebody said that, like, Rome is like an open air museum, and it really is. Like, this stuff is just there. And, like, just, like, walking around all of Rome, just, like, it still felt like you were still, like in, like, ancient Rome, basically. Like, it just felt beautiful. Everything around was beautiful. Every architecture, like, all the standard buildings, even just, like, the apartment buildings, everything was just gorgeous. I could live in Rome, honestly. I could live in Rome. Rome was really pretty. And, oh my god, the food. Every single thing I ate in Rome was some of the best food I've ever had. It was so good. Everything in Rome was so good. Like, if you lived in Rome, like, you would be eating good every single day. And everything around you is beautiful. And honestly, the people were really beautiful too. Like, and I mean that in the way that, like, everybody in Rome was really nice. Like, the people in Rome were just, like, warm. They were very inviting. They were chill. Everybody was nice. And after being in London and France, where people were kind of, like, mean to tourists, right? It was really nice. It was really nice to, like, you know, to be treated a little nicer, you know? Because, like, I get it, you know? Tourists suck. But I think sometimes locals forget that you're also people, you know? Like, locals forget that you're human beings too. So, like, it was nice to be treated a little nicer, you know? And like the waiters at restaurants, they'd be like dancing and singing and, you know, like smiling, and everybody was just like, I don't know, it was a really beautiful city. Rome was really pretty. But I tried cacio e pepe. Yeah, I did. It was really good. I had pasta every single day. It was so good. It was so fucking good. And there is no shortage of restaurants in Rome. Like everywhere you went, there was restaurants. It was so easy to find a place to eat. It was like, and it was so easy to find a place that just had like coffee, or that had some sort of like bread or pastry or something. It was so good. Oh. This is just a picture I took because I'm fucking stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We were walking around at night. We were walking around at night, and me and my sister's husband, we were both like, we just stopped in our tracks and we just started giggling like fucking idiots. And my sister was like, you guys are fucking stupid, and we both stopped to take a picture. Oh, it was absolutely 5th grade humor at its finest. It means honor, Izzy. You thought I would say so? Sorry. This is the view from our apartment. Very, very pretty. I actually had, so our apartment was really nice. It was this really nice like 2-3 bedroom apartment in like literally like the middle of Rome. And this is what it looked like from the kitchen. I had this moment on the very last night that we were in Rome at like midnight. Cause this apartment was the only chance I had to do any laundry, right? So every night and in the mornings I would do laundry. They had a little washing machine in the apartment. I would do laundry, and then they had no dryer. Cause like in a lot of places around the world, they use washers, but they don't use dryers. And that's fine. I'm used to that. That's how it was when I lived in Mexico, too. And that's kind of how it is in Japan, too. Like, you just kind of hang your stuff to dry. Right? Which is kind of nice. It's kind of nice because your stuff doesn't get as damaged when you hang it to dry. So I was hanging my laundry to dry and everything. No, it's fine. It's fine. Hanging your stuff to dry is not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad, really. Like, it takes a little bit longer to dry. But it's nice. Yeah, there's less creases and everything. Yeah. So I was hanging my stuff to dry in like a little drying rack and everything. But I had this moment late at night where I didn't have my glasses on, so my vision was a little blurry, right? And I was just like checking on the laundry to see how dry it was, making sure it was all ready, and I didn't get a picture of it because I didn't have my phone on me. I left my phone in the bed, and my feet were hurting so bad that I didn't even want to like get back up and go get my phone and take a picture. But I wish I could, maybe I'll try and paint it at some point. I wish I could explain how beautiful this view looked at night. With some of the doors, like some of the windows, just like very lightly glowing orange. And it looked like everything looked like it was kind of fading into the night sky. Like you couldn't really see the top of the building very well. It just looked like it was kind of just like fading into the night. And everything was just like very gently like illuminated by the moonlight. I don't know, it was a really, really magical feeling for me. And then there was like this like kind of like glowing orange light from the bottom. I don't know. It like really left an impact on me at the time. I really wish I could have taken a picture, but it's just kind of like embedded in my mind instead. I took a picture in the morning, but I didn't get a picture at night, unfortunately. But I took this picture in the morning instead. But at least it reminds me of what I saw that night. I don't know. It was a really cool feeling. Just kind of like barefoot on the tile of the kitchen, with like the warm air. 'Cause it was pretty hot in Rome. The warm air and just like the night was really cool. Oh, okay. The other pictures aren't here. So one of the days in Rome, me and my sister went to the Capuchin monk church and crypt. My sister went to the Paris catacombs. I did not get to go. The tickets were sold out. And it was fine because it was a lot of walking anyway. But now I guess this is kind of a content warning for anybody that doesn't want to see this kind of stuff. These are all real human bones and real human mummies. Every single decoration you see on the ceiling and the wall, it is all real human bones. So, you know, just a heads up if that kind of stuff makes you uncomfortable. So the Capuchin monks, you might, I feel like if you're Catholic, you probably are familiar with Capuchin monk kind of stuff. Let me see if I can get a picture. I feel like they're very typical. They're very typical, like, Catholic monks, right? Here's a picture I just got off of Google. So that's what the robes look like, the habits of the monks and everything. They just usually wear sandals. The thing about the Capuchin monks is that so there's a lot of different monks everywhere. But Capuchin monks in specific, they're all about giving up everything. They are all about giving up like all earthly possessions, everything. You know, no relationships, like no marriage, nothing like that. Just completely dedicating your life to God. But more than that, dedicating your life to kind of going down to kind of like poverty and seeing the world from the eyes of those who are most struggling in the world. So basically, when you become a Capuchin monk, like, you give up everything. You completely give up everything. And you bring yourself to the level of the most poor, the most struggling, the most sick, so that you can see the world kind of like from the purest perspective. I don't know if pure is the right word here, but kind of like that. I wonder if you can hear the kids playing outside. There's a bunch of kids running around. These are also the monks that self-flagellate. And so, like, if you've ever seen like those monks that like hit themselves with like metal rods and stuff like that, these are those kind of monks. Like, if you've ever seen like the monks that like will hit themselves with like metal rods with like spikes, or like with like ropes and stuff like that, those are Capuchin monks. But something, yeah, it's still like if they have any thoughts or anything like that like are sinful or anything, they have to hurt themselves, right? As a form of like kind of like repenting. So so you go through like a museum and everything at the church, showing a lot of like historical artifacts, paintings, things like that. And then at the very bottom is the crypt. And the crypt is very like dark and eerie, but it's been there for a long time, and it represents the relationship that Capuchin monks have with death. Basically, it was made to kind of like symbolize the fact that, like, you know, like death is only like the next step, you know? It was really cool. I really recommend. If you ever get a chance, I really recommend going. It was crazy beautiful, and all the detail that you see. I wonder if I can show some good detail. Hold on. You see all those decorations, all the tiny decorations on the wall? That's all bones. It's all bones. The mummies, the monks, those are actual real mummies. And there's no glass between you and this. There's just a little fence. There's just a little iron fence. But this isn't behind glass or anything like that. Those are all like the skulls, the hip bones, the shoulder bones, the like the cookies. I don't know how you pronounce it. Like the skeletons of like what looks to be like children. Just like the decorations everywhere, just like the piles and piles and piles of bones stacked up. This is a big decoration on the top. It was a skeleton holding a reaper, like a scythe, and like a little scale made out of bones. Everything here is made out of bones. You can see those are like spine bones. Everything, all of this is all human bones. All sorts of human bones from everywhere in the body. The pictures don't do it justice, honestly. Like, the pictures really don't do it justice. It was a really kind of like somber place. And I really liked that they make you go through an entire museum with a guided tour. Because they mention in the guided tour that like they want you to see this and they want you to understand it much more beyond just like, oh, so eerie and weird and spooky, you know? Like they want you to really understand what it all stands for. And like what the connection with like the Capuchin monks and death is. Oh, it's a blurry picture. There's another mummy. Some of these mummies were really crazy to see because like I don't know how many of you have seen like mummies up close. I've seen mummies a couple times now. In Mexico there's a town very famous for its mummies, and I went there when I was little, so I've seen a lot of mummies. Right? The smell of this place is definitely nasty. It didn't smell. It didn't smell at all. It smelled like old. It just smelled like dust. But it didn't smell. It didn't smell weird or anything. But you could like see the muscles in the face. It was really, really insane. And like just like the thought of like for example, there's in this shot alone, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. There's like about 30, 40 skulls. in this picture. Just this picture alone. That's 30 to 40 people. Like, the thing that always kind of hits you when you see a skull like that is that, like, it has to have belonged to someone. Like, it's not something that you just make, and there's only one per body. They clean this place from time to time. Yeah, this is a church. This is inside of a church, so it's very well maintained. It's very well cleaned and taken care of. Everything is very clean. Yeah, that used to be a living person. All these bones belonged to real people. I don't know, it's something that it just like, it really kind of just hits you. You know? Wonder what they do with the remaining bones. This. I don't think there was a single human bone that was like unused. Everything was bones. The chandeliers, you guys, the light fixtures were made of bones. Every single wall was decorated like this in bones. It was jaw-dropping. I was kind of like so shocked that like I only took like a couple pictures of some of this stuff, right? And it's like it's a decent size, right? This picture came out really blurry, but you can kind of see more of what it would have been, right? This is some of the hallways. Like, this is just like the ceiling of like the hallways as you're walking through. Every piece of it is just bones. Really interesting, but you don't know if you wanted to go there. I really liked it. It was one of my favorite places that I went to because, like, I grew up Catholic. So like, it's the kind of place that just kind of really puts you face to face with mortality, right? Something that is like very big in a lot of religion. Just kind of like embracing death. My sister was also having a really good time here. She went to the catacombs. But this was a little different. This one was crazy. It was using shoulder bones and like a skull. Yeah, there is a certain level of disconnect until you see something like this in person and it hits you that these were people. These were people like you and me. And now they decorate like a really sacred place, like a really holy place. This one's crazy. Look at all those skulls. Look at that. There is probably 100 skulls in here. The two arms in the middle, right there. The two mummified arms in the middle. That was kind of like that's kind of like the symbol of the church. Of the crypt, kinda. It's like, you know, like a mummified arm with like a monk arm. Basically like symbolizing what the church kind of like stands for, right? Yeah, you can see everything, like all the bones, all the crosses made with them. It is so funny telling you about all these human bones, and you can probably hear all the kids outside yelling. Did it say these are specifically from the monks, or did they get the bones from other places too? I think these are mostly from monks. Because, like, all these crosses here, these were all from monks. Like, keep in mind, like, this church and this crypt is from, like several hundred years ago, you know? These are pretty old places. And the name of this place is here it is. Hold on. It said Museo e Cripta Cappuccini. It is. It's the church of Sparberini. This church is from 1630. So this church has been around for about 400 years. Here, you can get more information about it here. Yeah, the tombstones commemorate friars revered for their sanctity, giving them the environment a deep and symbolic historical value linked to the Barberini family. There's a lot of detail there if you're more interested, seeing about a lot of stuff, right? All the mummies and skulls and everything are like Capuchin monks. It's very, very, very interesting. I was really excited to show you guys these pictures. Here's another angle there. It had three mummies on each side. 3 mummies of some Capuchin monks on each side. You can see them a little better here. The shot of that part right there, a little closer. Some of the ceiling decorations. It was kind of crazy because like some of these, like I didn't even like think about what some of these bones looked like, you know? Oh, this one's kind of spooky, sorry. This is a close-up of one of the mummies. I'm sorry if this is a little disturbing. This is made with pelvis bones. These are all pelvic bones surrounding. Some of these mummies can be a little scary up close to look at, so I'm sorry. Please look away for a little bit if it's disturbing. There was a meaning behind it being just pelvic bones. I forgot though, I'm sorry. Some more mummies here. The level of devotion to mummify yourself is crazy. Monkhood is no joke. Like, monks, it's no joke. It's very serious. It's very serious. Some more detail shots. I took a lot of pictures here, sorry. I don't know if these get updated. I actually don't know. I don't know if like I don't know if they keep adding to these. I don't know what the deal is. Oh yeah, and this is they had at the very last room, because it was multiple rooms. the very last room was like an altar where they hold the mass for the dead. There was another painting there too, but these are paintings from the 1600s. I think most of the stuff in the crypt is from the 1600s. So a lot of these skulls have been there for like 400 years. Anyway, here is some just some like typical Roman architecture throughout the city. This is what I mean, that like everything in Rome just kind of felt like just as pretty as like, the ancient Rome stuff. Like this is just what everything looked like. Like every building just kind of looked like this. Yeah, it was cool, huh? The Capuchin crypt was like, was one of my favorite things I went to. Cause like it was very like, I feel like I learned a lot. And when you go to a lot of these religious things, the feeling of like kind of like facing your mortality, like just kind of like recognizing that, like a part of religion is the fact that you are human and that you are mortal. It's a really big part of a lot of it. This picture's really pretty. Yeah, these are just standard buildings, and there's just like statues, It's gorgeous. It's so gorgeous. Rome was so beautiful. We really were blessed with good weather. It was a little hot, but like, aside from it raining a lot in France, the weather was really beautiful everywhere else. It's so nice to see these pictures and see like the bright blue sky. It's really cool. Oh yeah, this is when I went back to Santa Maria Maggiore with my mom. You can kind of see some details of the ceiling a little better there. The stained glass and the statues. Oh, and this is from the Vatican. Oh my god, you guys. The fucking Vatican. The fucking Vatican. Probably my least favorite thing I did the entire trip. Not even because like it wasn't ugly or anything. It was the complete opposite. The Vatican was fucking gorgeous. But it was probably by far the most packed of everything I went to. The crowds were insane. Absolutely insane. These are just some statues kind of like on the way there. This is inside the Vatican. You go through the Vatican Museum first. I mean, you don't have to, but you go through it a little bit. Look at these. These are so fucking gorgeous. Just the detail, Like everything telling all these stories. They had like maps of Rome. And like maps of like important areas and stuff on the sides. Like this. Yeah, literally every tiny inch of these buildings is just art. It was insane. And then, yeah, this is right by as you go to the actual Vatican Church. And you guys, it was the crowds. This picture isn't even like a fraction of it. Like, this picture is not even nearly a fraction of it, of how many people there were. The thing is that there were a metric fuck ton of people here, not only like as tourists, but religious tourism is huge. Yeah, it's Jubilee year. There's a new pope. And there were so many groups that were like, kind of like, I guess you would call it like a pilgrimage. There were a lot of religious groups that were like from all over the world that would bring their heavy ass wooden crosses. And they'd be like bearing their crosses, and they would have like basically the entire church following behind them, praying and chanting. And there were tons of these groups. And also it was hot as fuck, by the way. Like, it was also really fucking hot. But it was just like, basically, like, if you think there's a lot of tourism in like, you know, like famous places, like there is like the amount of religious tourism in these kind of like holy Catholic places was insane. And the Pope had just had a huge mass that morning, so like a lot of it was blocked off too. Yeah, you can see some of the people with their crosses. That is true. The water in Rome was pretty good. Very pretty. There's Lucia. I got a keychain of her! They had stuff of her. I was really happy. I got a keychain of her. She's really cute. Yeah, she was there. Yeah, she was there. They had stuff of her in some of the shops. Not in every shop, but in some of them. Yeah. So, the inside of the Vatican Church, the Basilica, was absolutely gorgeous. But I'm gonna be honest, like, hold on, we need to go back to the drawing board here, because I need to like demonstrate how bad it was, right? It was absolutely ridiculously hot. And then you were basically shoulder to shoulder, like butt to butt with everybody. Like, this is me, right? And you're like, the next person in front of you is like right here. And then there's another person right here. You know? And then there's more people right here. And then there's another person right here. And another person right here. And another person right here. That's how... Okay, sorry. Okay, it's me now. Can you recognize me now? Can you recognize me now? It was that packed. And then it's hot as balls. So everybody is like sweating. Like sweaty to the point of like having a religious experience. Right? And then literally right behind me, right? I'm right there. Like just absolutely miserably sweating. Yeah, like basically on the brink of having a panic attack just because of like how hot it was, how much my feet hurt, like all the people, and how hot it was. But then adding to everything was right behind me was an entire church with one of those enormous wooden crosses carrying it, right? Oh, are we back? Oh, are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Alright, cool. Looks like it hiccuped for a moment. Anyway, I was saying, like, in that moment, like, I thought with, like, all the praying and everything, like, the 30 people behind me, like, chanting in prayer, non-stop, too. It was there, like, the entire time they were there, it was just, like, chanting. Just absolutely just chanting non-stop the entire time. And I was sweating, I was going insane. I legit thought I was gonna start hallucinating. I have to walk around with everyone looking straight up at the ceiling. Yeah, dude, I was straight up just like you couldn't look in front of you, and you couldn't look beside you, so you could only look up. You could only look up. The Sistine Chapel was like this too. I gotta say, this is gonna make me sound really like ungrateful and bitter. But so there was no pictures allowed in the Sistine Chapel. That's why I didn't take any. Not that anybody gave a fuck. Like, has any tourist ever given a fuck when it says no pictures? No, everybody was taking pictures, so I shouldn't have given a fuck either. But I was so tired at the fucking Sistine Chapel too. I saw it, and honestly, it's very pretty. But I think it's one of those things where the pictures make it look more like grandiose than it actually is. Like, I think a lot of the other areas in the Vatican were actually prettier. I think part of it that soured it for me too is like knowing that was the artist that did it, Michelangelo, that he didn't even want to fucking do it. That he fucking hated it. It was just like a shitty ass commission for him. You know? Like, he was just kind of forced to do it. Like, he didn't want to, and he just had to. And it's like, you compare that to these like beautiful murals all over Rome, all over France, of like artists that like did just as much work, you know? It was still cool, don't get me wrong, but it was also so fucking packed that it was like hard to enjoy. Cause like most of the museums and most of the areas that you go to for tourism stuff, like they have like time slots to kind of control the crowds. The Vatican Museum didn't have any of this. It didn't have any of this. So like the crowds were just insane. It was so bad. It was so bad. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm just shitting on the Vatican, but it was just like I was going insane. This is why I said it was like the worst thing I did. I was going insane. But anyway, back to being inside, right? So I'm like trying to go, you know, do my thing, and there's like an entire church's worth of people behind me going like Ave Maria, Madre de Dios, ruega por nosotros pecadores ahora y en la hora de nuestra muerte, amen. Amen, you know, like that, right? Yeah, it's true. They would have to book months before if they staggered the entrance. You're right. But like, literally, in this moment, I don't even consider myself a religious person, right? I was born Catholic. I don't really consider myself to be like Catholic. Like, I don't really consider myself like to be like a religious person or really close to religion, even though I saw all these fucking churches here. But with all those crowds, sweating, thirsty, everything in my body hurting, only being able to look up at the ceiling, and 30, 40 people behind me chanting the entire way through. I thought I was gonna start hallucinating. In that moment, I felt like I could see God. Like, in that moment, I thought I was about to have a religious experience. Because I was like, holy shit, like, this is it. Like, it doesn't get any more, like, holy than this, you know? And I, like, in body and mind, I was losing it. You know? I was completely losing it. Yeah, I think I was probably, like, a fucking step away from heat stroke. I was about to start hallucinating. I was with my sister and her husband too, and the three of us were fucking losing it. And it is so funny because like me and my sister, I think we're pretty good at like kind of like keeping a face. But like my sister's husband, like you can tell immediately when he's miserable. Like the look on his face says it so much when he's so miserable. Poor dude looked like he was gonna die. Anyway, I went through the Holy Door at the Vatican. So, which is like the biggest deal, right? To go through the Holy Door at the Vatican is like the biggest deal out of all the holy doors. It's the most important one. Yeah, he was taller than most of the crowds. And so yeah, I am a holy girl now. Oh, and the rest is Egypt. You're done. All right, let me go refill my water bottle. And then we're gonna talk about the Egypt stuff. It was only like 2 days in Egypt, so we don't have that much left. Ugh. So hold on, let me go refill my water. Ah! Brother, like whipping some kid's ass or something outside. I don't know what's going on. There's like some kid yelling. cold water. Cheers. Cafe San Angelo? I don't think I did. What's that? Let me see. I'm like, thank you. No, I did not see this. I think I saw it from very far away. But we didn't actually go in. Like, we didn't actually go by. Damn, it sucks because this looks very nice. See you, bye-bye! Yeah, I didn't go in here, but it looks really cool. You know what? I didn't see the statue of David either. The one with his wiener out? Like the famous one? I didn't see that one. Or at least I don't think so. Did I see the Pope? No, I did not see the Pope. I did not see the Pope. Oh, it's in Florence. Ah, okay. I see. Okay, so that is Rome. As you can tell, I liked Rome a lot. Honestly, I kind of wish we had spent more time in Rome. But at this point, there was only about like 4 days left of the trip. Like, you know, by the time we got in Rome, there wasn't that much time left. There was only about like 4 days left of the whole trip, and we still had the quote-unquote secret surprise city, right? So, during Disneyland, the dinner at the Ratatouille restaurant, my mom was like, okay. She passed out little pieces of paper and she's like, I want you all to write down where you think the surprise city's gonna be. And we all thought it was so cheesy. We were like, really? Like, okay, fine. So we all wrote a bunch of stuff and it was... our joke the whole time was, we're like, oh, vamos a Tepito. Tepito is like... It's just like a shitty little place in Mexico where they sell knockoff shit. We'd be like, oh, vamos a Tepito. Or like, it would be like, vamos a ir a la chingada. We're gonna go to la chingada. Like, la chingada being like, you know, we're gonna go get, you know, like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe la chingada, but just basically like, you know, like some basically being like, we're gonna go to BFE, you know, like butt fuck nowhere kind of thing. Or like when you say like vete la chingada, it's kind of like being like go to hell, you know, kind of thing. So we're like, oh, vamos a ir a la chingada. So those were like, you know, we kept like joking, like doing those guesses and stuff, right? But like for a good chunk of us, our actual guess was Greece, right? And I've mentioned why I thought it was Greece before, because me and my sister have Greek heritage. My dad's side of the family, like my actual dad's side of the family, is made up of Greek immigrants that moved to Mexico. So there's a lot of like direct Greek heritage in my blood. Enough to the point that I could probably get Greek. I could get a Greek passport if I wanted to. And also because it's right there, right? Like, it's like not that far away from Italy. Like, Greece is right there. And then like throughout the trip, my mom kept bringing up Greece. Like, she kept like talking about Greece while we were at museums, stuff like that, right? So I was so convinced. I was like, it's gonna be Greece. Like, it's gonna be Greece. Like, she was probably thinking like, oh, you know, I want them to see their heritage, like, you know, their roots. Like, we're gonna go see ancient Greek stuff, right? And it like it fit the theme of like ancient cities, right? Like ancient cities with like temples and stuff like that, right? So like we all thought it was gonna be Greece. So anyway, it's like the morning of what, like the 18th. Oh, the morning of the 18th of September. We go to the airport, which was a fucking clusterfuck, by the way. And we it's there. We didn't know what the surprise city was gonna be until we got to the airport. So we get to the airport and we get our boarding passes, and that's when, like, you know, I'm with my sister and her husband, because like we were kind of like our little squad at this point. Like, we were kind of like the crew. We look at our boarding passes and we just look at each other and we're just like, oh no, we're going to fucking Egypt. What the fuck? We're like, the mystery city was fucking Cairo. Are you fucking kidding me? Basically, none of us, like, it was like not anywhere where any of us wanted to go. Like, I hate to admit it, but none of us wanted to go to Egypt. Like, it was very, very far at the bottom of like places where we would want to go. Did my mom and my stepdad choose Cairo? I guess the both of them. I don't know. Like, I think my mom chose it because like she was very like, oh, you know, the pyramids are something you should see at least once in your life. Blah 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 blah. And like me and my sister were like, not really, but okay. You know? We were so like, we really didn't want to go to Egypt. We really didn't want to go to Egypt. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, like, the political climate in that area right now is not good. Egypt is right next to Israel. And yeah, Egypt as a woman is not fun. Like, it really isn't. I didn't realize that till I got there. Egypt as a woman is not a fun place to be. So we were like, you know, we were at the airport being like, are you fucking kidding me? We're going to fucking Egypt. They should have done the research. My mom prides herself on not looking at news and not keeping up with anything. So, like, bless her, she's very pure of heart to kind of like a naive sense, you know? So I don't even think like that thought crossed her mind, you know? So we were like, oh fuck, we're going at it. We're going to Egypt. What the fuck? So thankfully in Egypt, my mom reassured us by telling us, like, you know, in Egypt we will have a private guide the entire time. So we're not gonna be walking around on the street. We're not gonna be like taking the buses. We're not gonna be taking the subway, anything like that. In Egypt, we basically were like, we had like a private guide escorting us everywhere, and we had a private like tour van just for us. Basically, my mom reached out to the guide that her and her husband had 10 years ago when they first went to Egypt. Good night! Arrivederci. So we show up and it's just like, like, alright, well, it's just 2 days. It's just 2 days, right? How pushy are they when they send you guys to the shops? Oh my god, they were so fucking pushy. Holy shit. Okay, I didn't completely hate Egypt, but it was my least favorite place. Anyway, let's look at the pictures. Where's my... hold on, where's my pictures? Well, oh, here we go. So... we roll up to the hotel. Pretty, like... I want to say it was, like, pretty late at night kind of thing. We didn't really have time to do anything. We roll up to the hotel. This is what the fucking lobby looked like. It was the cheesiest, most, like... you know, oh, we're in Egypt kind of thing, right? It was like... the hotel was okay because it had a really beautiful view of the pyramids. I'll show you in a second. But I swear to God, this shit looked like a love hotel. It looked like an Egyptian-themed love hotel. Like, I felt like we were staying at the Egyptian-themed love hotel. They gave us a drink, though, which is nice. This is what the fucking hallways looked like. We were staying at the fucking Egyptian love hotel. But this was the view, though. This is the view from the 5th floor. From the rooftop little cafe. So honestly, it could have been worse. Because this was the view from, like, you know, from the windows and from the cafe at the top. The hotel right in front of us is the... it's like the super luxurious Marriott that has like a special exclusive walkway to the pyramids. The view was very nice though. It was very, very gorgeous. This was the this was the bathroom in the cafe, which I thought was really funny. I should have known this was fucking foreshadowing for the week I would have when I got back home. The absolute foreshadowing. I don't know why I took this from the toilet. I was just sitting on the toilet and I took this picture. I got cursive rod. So the day after, we went to the pyramids very early in the morning. Around... I was gonna say, we showed up to the pyramids around like 6, 7 in the morning. There was a lot of stray dogs everywhere. This picture came out nice. This is like at the panorama area of the pyramids, where you can get like a really nice view of the pyramids. And then here's some camels. This camel was on the ground rolling around. Here's a camel up close. So, the camels are pretty stinky. They just pee and poop in place. So I rode a camel with my family. We all rode a camel together. Or like, you know, individual camels, right? And I have to go show you here. Come on. I have to go show you here. So I did not have fun riding a camel. I ended up having a panic attack on top of the camel. attack on top of the camel. I felt really bad. So first of all, right? If you've ever ridden a horse, right? So like a horse is like, right, this is a horse, right? A beautiful horse. This is a horse, right? This is a camel. They are incredibly tall. They are massive. Right? They're just incredibly massive. And you don't really have any like thing to hold on to. There's just a little wooden thing on their like saddle that you hold on to. That's kind of it. And they're super wide and they like wobble like side to side when they walk. But the scariest part is that to get on top of a camel, to ride a camel, right? So the camels, when they're just waiting for you to get on top of them, they're sitting like this with their, you know, with their legs all weird, right? They're like kneeling like this. And so to ride a camel, right? You hop on and you grab onto this little thing in the middle, right? And then the camel has to... You have to hold on like this while you're like this, basically. While the camel stands up on its front legs. And this is terrifying because it feels like you're gonna fall off. And then you have to hold on while it lifts up its other legs. And then you're like... And then the camel is upright. And you are so high off of the ground. You like my drawings? Aren't they beautiful? Aren't they beautiful? You like my drawings? The camels are so high off the ground. And... Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. The worst part of all this is that the fucking tour guide, when we get into the fucking tour bus, shows up with, he shows up with matching tour guide shirts for everybody. Like, you know, not to mention that we already fucking stood out, you know? A bunch of pale ass, you know, like light-eyed fucking tourists in Egypt. Like, we already fucking stood out. But the tour guide shows up with 6 matching bright red polos with our names on the front embroidered in hieroglyphics. And then on the back with the logo of his freelance tour guide company. And I was just like, you're fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. No. I don't think they came from Temu. I don't think they came from Temu. I think they were like locally made. I think they were locally made. It was very sweet of him. But like it was one thing to wear matching t-shirts at Disneyland. But nobody in Egypt was fucking going around with matching shirts. It was so embarrassing. It was so fucking humiliating. Yeah, it was Egyptian cotton. It was pretty nice. Like, the shirts were nice and cool at least. Like, but it was so fucking embarrassing. So there's 6 of us with our fucking matching bright red polos with our fucking cheesy ass names embroidered in hieroglyphics. Riding a line of 6 camels and... I'm so embarrassed about this. The panic struck me hardcore on top of the camel. I think it was like the fear of heights struck me all of a sudden, and I'm not normally like scared of heights like that. It struck me all of a sudden with have you guys ever been on those like banana boats on the beach? Have you ever like been on one of those? Like those banana boats that like get pulled by like a dude on like a little boat? Not a boat, like a jet boat thingy. You know how you feel like, okay, if you've ever been on one of those, you know how you feel like you have to hold on for your fucking life, or else you will fall and you will die. That's what it felt like. If you've never been on one of those banana boats, all I have to say is don't ever go on one. Don't ever go on one. Like, do not ever go on a little banana boat. Yeah. And I felt so humiliated because there's like little kids riding these camels and shit. Like they don't even give a fuck. It's like when you see like kids riding a bike and they're not even using their hands to steer. Like that's what it felt like, because I was holding on to the fucking little wooden thing on the camel for my dear life, and I was so embarrassed because I started crying hardcore. And I couldn't even hold back. I was so embarrassed. I felt so bad because like the panic attack hit me like at like 300% as I was on top of that camel. Cause like it felt like my thighs were getting like stretched out like crazy on the camel, right? And then like the wobbling and like my hands were hurting so bad from holding on. Like I felt like I was at my limit, and I started sobbing. And I just started crying and like begging to be let off of the camel. I felt so embarrassed. You know, a fucking 30-something-year-old woman, and I was like sobbing and crying and begging to be let off the camel. I was so embarrassed. And I was like, it wasn't even like little cries. I was like, ah, ah, let me off! Let me off! Let me off the camel! Ah. I was like crying like that, dude. Oh my god. I was sobbing. I was like full sobbing. I'm so embarrassed thinking about it. I'm so embarrassed thinking about it. And like they couldn't let me down because basically if one camel kneels down, all of them kneel down. And I was like straight up like tears rolling down my face, like sobbing. And I was like sobbing for my mom. Like my mom was like, "It's okay, Mono, it's fine. Like it's not that bad. Just relax. It's fine. It's only like 15 minutes." And I was like, "Mom, I can't do it. Mom!" Ah! It's freaking out. I'm so embarrassed thinking about it now. Anyway, finally we get back to where they load up the camels and everything. They let me off the camel, and I was like crying. You know, I was freaking out from being on this fucking camel. I get off the camel and it's fine, and I just like, I don't even wait for everybody. I don't even wait for anybody. I just fucking, like, as soon as I can, I walk off to, like, the panorama area so I can just sit down and, like, calm down. Like, yeah, it was straight up, like, a new phobia acquired moment. Like, I never realized I would be that terrified of riding on a camel. So I went, they had, like, the panorama seating area. After that, like, I immediately just, like, basically stormed off to go sit there. And so I'm just sitting there looking at the pyramids, like dying in the fucking Cairo sun. It was like 90 degrees, by the way. 90 degrees and fucking sunny as hell. The Egypt sun burns like crazy. And so I'm sitting there, like, just kind of like trying to calm down, waiting for everybody. And then the tour guide like comes running up to me. He's like, "Oh, come on, hurry! We have to go catch the shuttle bus to the pyramids now." So we get into the bus, and then like it's like a 5-10 minute ride to like the shuttle bus to like the very front of the pyramids. And that's when I check my pockets and I check my purse. My phone is gone. And I'm just like, there's no fucking way. Like, there's no fucking way. Like, this would not happen to me. So I immediately, like, before even getting off the bus, I immediately, like, I tell my sister, I'm like, I don't have my phone. My phone is missing. I don't have it. Like, my phone is missing. And they tell the tour guide, and I'm like, I don't have my phone. And they're like, where'd you last have it? I was like, when I was sitting in the panorama, like when I was just trying to sit there. No, it wasn't a pickpocket. I guess it just like slipped out of my pocket, which is crazy because like the entire trip, my phone would like basically not leave my like the inside of my purse, like my little Ziploc like front pouch. It wasn't even a purse. It was like a strappy bag that like goes over your chest, right? I guess it just slipped out, like, which is crazy. I guess it just like slipped out and it just like fell there, and like I didn't even hear it, I didn't even see it, I didn't even feel it. So the guide calls the tourism police station at the panorama where I was sitting, and they look for the phone, and of course the entire time, you know, the fucking guide is like roasting me about like, oh, make sure you hold on to your belongings, blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, you know, like basically like I was being pretty forgiving with myself of like this fucking sucks, but also I was having a panic attack, so like, you know, it makes sense that I wouldn't have noticed, right? Because I was not there, right? I was not there. Thankfully they found it. Thankfully no one took it. It only been like 10 minutes. So nobody took my phone. The tourism police found it, so we had to take the shuttle back. I got my phone. They had to take like a mugshot of me holding up a picture of my passport. It was so embarrassing, and I'm like sweaty in my stupid red polo. Like my hair is all fucked up. I looked like shit. I looked like absolute shit. And I got my phone back at least, but like, and then I take the shuttle back and we're at the pyramids, and like, so I have these pictures of the pyramids, right? But I'm gonna be honest, like, by the time we made it to the pyramids, I like kind of didn't give a fuck anymore. Is that bad to say? Like, by the time I made it to the pyramids, I was like so just like shaken up, and I was so like emotionally fried that like I saw the pyramids and I just kind of didn't give a fuck. Like the impact did not hit me. Like, yeah, they were cool, but I was like, yeah, whatever, you know. I was like, yeah, whatever, you know. Like, they're cool to see. They're very big. It's very cool to be in something so ancient, right? Although I think part of what like kind of makes it feel kind of shitty is that the Yeah, they're missing all the marble and everything because it all got mined off. The amount of like, what would you call them, peddlers? Like those people that come up to you and they're selling like really cheap touristy shit to you at like dirt cheap, and they're like aggressively trying to sell it to you, and they do not leave. Like you say no and they don't leave, and you say no and they don't leave. Like it was in between like being emotionally fried and like those people coming up to you like the entire time, like one after the other, that it was like, fuck dude, like can't even enjoy this. No, it wasn't even information guides. It was like they'd be selling you bullshit, like a fucking like, I don't know, stickers of the pyramids, or you know, shitty little wallets, like 5 for €1 kind of thing. Like, you know, like it was like, you know, like useless touristy shit like that they were selling you. And it's like, I get it, you gotta hustle, you know, everybody's gotta make their living, but it was very annoying. It was very annoying. Oh, I guess that's the end of these pictures on my camera. Here's a little dog on the pyramid. I thought this was kind of cute. Little pyramid dog. And the Sphinx. I gotta be honest, the Sphinx was a little underwhelming. I don't know. The Sphinx was a little like, it was a little, I don't know. I think he's definitely seen better days, but like, I think because of like, the pyramids felt kind of underwhelming because like you see pictures of like ancient Egyptian stuff everywhere throughout your entire life. And the pictures make them look so grand and everything that like you see it in person and it just doesn't match up to the pictures, which like of course it doesn't, right? Yeah, and it's like smaller than you would expect. Like it's not as big as you would think. So there's the Sphinx. He was pretty busted. Have I come across any shadow duels in there? No. But my mom's husband's son was wearing Yu-Gi-Oh shirts the entire time. I was kind of too miserable to talk to anybody at that point, so I didn't talk to him or anything about Yu-Gi-Oh. Here's some shots of the city from the tour van we were in. Mom's husband's son. I know. I should be calling him my stepbrother, but like I hesitate to you know, like use those titles that make everything feel more like family, you know? You know how it is. You know how it is. It's kind of a loaded term. Anyway, this is some shots of the city in Cairo. I thought the city had kind of like some charm. You know, the city had some interesting charm. Everything was very dusty. And I have to admit, Cairo was very dirty. Like, very dirty. There was trash everywhere. Here's a little shop. The shop was kind of cute. Something I didn't like about the tour guide is that, like, we had like five stops on the tour that day, And like 3 of them were literally just like shops. They were literally just very like tourist-oriented shops for like jewelry or whatever. And it was basically like, here, you know, come here and buy something, or come here and buy something, come here and buy something, you know. So this was the upstairs of a jewelry shop where you could get a cartouche, which is like a little like a very fancy like silver plate with your name in hieroglyphics. Very expensive. I didn't buy anything because I didn't care, honestly. I didn't care. I was so checked out this day. I was so checked out. I was just like literally just like there physically but not there mentally. You know? I was just done. I was so over it. Would want to play with your name as souvenir. I mean, a lot of people, I'm sure. Here's more pictures of the city. I kind of like the way that there was a lot of like, I don't know if you could call it like brutalist architecture in Cairo, but there was something about it. There was a lot of just very like, just kind of like simple architecture, almost feeling kind of brutalist, just very like utilitarian, and everything was kind of dusty. Everything was very like just full on concrete, or just like, you know, just kind of like the same material. Of course, a lot of mosques everywhere. Cairo was deeply an Islamic place, which felt... I need to find the right words to say this. The level... not weird, but it felt a little intimidating as a woman. It felt a little strange, you know? Because it felt like the culture was very much like it's a completely different culture that I'm used to, right? Completely different culture than I'm used to. I did have to wear a headscarf at one point. Yeah, I did. But it was, I don't know how to like. I'm trying to find the most like respectful way to kind of like say this, because I do respect other religions, you know. I do think other cultures, you know, it's you know, it's their culture. I will never be the one that tells somebody that like they shouldn't be living their culture, they shouldn't be doing this, or that their culture is wrong or anything like that. But it was kind of like a culture shock to see like how different it was, you know? That like a lot of places it felt like they weren't made to include women. It was a very like men only kind of feeling for almost the entire city. And it wasn't something I've ever felt before. It was kind of strange. Cause like I have a lot of Muslim friends, right? I've learned a lot about like Islam culture and Islam religion. And there's a lot of things that are very like, you know, very like nice to learn, very beautiful. But I guess like just like the way the culture was in Cairo was something I wasn't used to at all. And so it felt like, I don't know, I think you guys can kind of pick up what I'm like putting down, right? It felt a little strange as a woman there. At the risk of sounding a little bad, a little ignorant, I kind of felt like a lesser human being for like kind of like being a woman there, which I know is not true, right? But like having come from a culture like the US and like, you know, like European culture, it was so wildly different. It was so incredibly different there. And I'll tell you more stories kind of like of why I felt that way. Maybe there's some city shots. My family, some of my family went on ATV rides. I didn't want to go. So I just like waited outside at like a cafe. And this was right outside the cafe. Just some camels and some horses. Seeing how some of the animals were treated was not like the best, which, you know, was a little like rough to see. But I understand that it's just different in other countries, you know? It's just different in other cultures. You know, the horses aren't pets, they're tools, they're vehicles, right? But it did suck to see the treatment of some of the horses, right? But it's like, you know, I had to remind myself like, hey, you know, like it's different here, it's a different place here, you know, like this is just how things are here, you know? Like, you know, these horses, they're not pets. You know, these are tools. These are vehicles. These are, you know, yeah, they're tools. And you know, that's kind of how they have been for a long time in a lot of places, right? Well, this is flipped, but this is some food I had. This is some prunes with couscous. This is pretty good. It was like lamb with prunes and couscous. I'm sorry that all my edgy stories are coming out during the Egypt trip, but so this was probably the most expensive thing on the menu. We went to, you know how I told you that like in front of our hotel was like the very fancy Marriott hotel, and they had a really nice fancy restaurant with a view of the pyramids and everything. We went there one night. We went there like the first night after the pyramids. Because I guess there's like a light show at the pyramids, and my mom wanted to see if we could catch it from the restaurant. It didn't happen for whatever reason. We don't know why. But at this point, I was still very, very upset with my stepdad, with my mom's husband, and so in my, this is kind of a bitch move looking back at it, but in my pettiness, I knew that he was paying for the dinner, and so I ordered the most expensive thing on the menu. It wasn't the most expensive, but it was pretty expensive. Yeah, it is food. Yeah, it's food. It's sideways, but it's food. Yeah, it's like, when I think about it, I'm like, this is pretty petty, you know? Like, it's pretty petty. It's like, it's, you know, it's not really very mature of me, but you know, that's kind of how I was feeling at the time. I'd had such a rough day, you know? Cause like, trust me, I am like, normally if somebody is paying for me, I am the kind that like, I will order the cheapest thing on the menu. Like, if you're paying for my food, I will buy like, I will order like the cheapest thing, you know? Like, I have manners. I have manners, you know, I pay attention to that kind of stuff. I'm very aware of that kind of stuff. But I was on my worst behavior. I'm not gonna lie. I was on my worst behavior that day, and my sister was too. We both did the same thing. Like we were being so petty, and this was kind of like our way to kind of like, you know, to kind of like get back at him for being such an asshole throughout the entire trip, you know? It's embarrassing telling these stories in hindsight, because it's like you get to see the shitty side of me, you know? Can I tell you the price? I think in US dollars it was about $40 or so. For just this plate. Which, I mean, everything at this restaurant was like $25 and above. You know, if you converted it to dollars, right? Okay, to me it's expensive. Like to me $40 for a single thing is expensive. Right? To me it's very expensive. Like to me $40 for a single dish is very expensive, you know? Nah. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think I have it in me to be that petty. Like a 3-digit kind of thing? No, I don't think I could do that. No. I can't. I don't think I could do that. But but that's just kind of like, just to kind of, I don't know. I just want to kind of illustrate where my mind was at. Like I wasn't really doing my best here. You know? Like I wasn't really doing my best in like the first night in Egypt. Like I was feeling pretty miserable. Like I just wanted to go home. Like the first day we were in Egypt, which was like, we only had about like 2 days left of the entire trip. I really just wanted to go home. Like it was at this point where I just was like, I was tired of traveling. I was tired of being around everybody. I was just so homesick. Like, and I was just turning into like a fucked up person, you know? Like near the end of the trip, I was just like, on this day, I was just kind of turning into like I don't know, just kind of like a shitty person. So, I'm sorry. Anyway. So the next day was actually a lot nicer. This was the very last day of the trip. And the very last day of the trip, and the last day we had in Egypt. So we went to some churches. We went to a lot of different churches. This is a Christian church in Egypt. Very pretty church. I think that's all the pictures. Yeah, that's all the pictures I have there. Very pretty church with a lot of like really nice decorations. It was really interesting to see a Christian church in a predominantly I don't know if I went there. Maybe. This is the outside. It was very pretty. It was very interesting to see. Yeah, this is called this type of like Christianity in Egypt is called Coptic. So it's kind of like a different style of like decoration that you usually see. Very, very pretty, very decorated. Very gorgeous place, honestly. Yeah, it's a mix of Egyptian and Catholic styles. I think it's really fascinating. Because you don't really see this kind of thing anywhere else. This is the area leading up to that church. It was like an area with really pretty mosaic work telling the story of some saints. I don't remember the story. It was like some story about some saint or like some guy that became holy. He only had one eye, something like that. And that was the entrance. Very pretty. And then we went to... I actually liked this area a lot. We went to a... So if you are Christian or Catholic, you're probably very familiar with the story of Jesus when he was born, right? That like when he was born, the Holy Family ran off to... basically to seek refuge in Egypt. And to hide in Egypt. So... this alleyway leads to the church where they hid, where Jesus' family, the Holy Family, hid when Jesus was a baby. So of course my mom wanted to go. My mom was dying to go here. So I thought it was really cool. They had this really cool alleyway. It just went on for like just a long wait, and it was just books and books and books and books. Every sort of book in every language you could think of every topic. There was books about religion, books about politics, books about dogs, cooking books, everything. Everything. I thought this was really fucking cool. This is like a neon sign. This area I thought was actually really cool. It felt very like this neon sign with all the cables and then like all the... It's kind of like the sandy colors. It felt very like... I don't know, very like cyberpunk in a way. I don't know how to explain it. It was a really, really interesting style. Especially because like Christian stuff is like it's like kind of uncommon in Egypt, you know? Because it's not the dominant religion there, so. Here's some stray cats, very cute. There's a lot of stray cats around here. So, we went into the church. Here they had the well, which the Holy Family drank from. It's just a well with water. Which I guess Jesus drank from this well. Jesus and Mary. And, Joseph? I am not a good Catholic girl. I don't remember anything. I'm not a good Catholic girl. But the Holy Family, I guess, yeah, it is Joseph. Okay, I got it right. I guess, no, you can't drink from this. It is, it's completely just like barred off. You can't drink from this well. This is where the well that they drank from. I thought it was a little silly that they would like, you know, show this off, but I get it. And then you can go into... So basically, I guess the history of this church... And I'll show... I have pictures of the church itself, too. But I guess the history of this church is that, like, yeah, you know, during the time that Jesus was born and the family was escaping, right? They hid in this church, and the church hid them here. In kind of like a little cavern under the church. And it turns out that like the church wasn't, or the cavern wasn't discovered for a really long time, because I guess it was submerged in water for a really long time. It was just like flooded with water. It wasn't until recently, I think in the last 20 years or so, that it was kind of like opened up for the public. So this is what it looks like down there. Of course, I'm 100% sure it did not look like that, you know, back then. This is kind of like the, you know, they remodeled it, they added some stuff, right? But this was, I guess this was like the highlight of this part is the original ground which Jesus Christ's Holy Family walked on. So this is the original ground of the cavern, I guess. I don't know. It feels a little silly. Like, you know, like spotlighting, you know, the ground which he walked on, but I guess it makes sense, right? I had seen so many like holy relics at this point, you know, that like I was starting to feel a little skeptic, you know? Because it's like for example, like the grass from the crib that Jesus was born. It's like, how the fuck did they get that? You know, was there somebody there, you know, during the birth of Jesus that was like, you know, they grabbed a little bit of grass and was like, oh, this shit's gonna go crazy on eBay 2,000 years from now. You know? Like how? Like, yeah, it feels like everybody had a holy relic, right? But I mean, I guess these are very, like, you know, these are very sacred places. You know? So it's like, I get it, but it started feeling a little, I don't know, like they were kind of pushing it at a certain point. And this place kind of felt that way a little bit. That like, ooh, the ground where Jesus and Mary and Joseph, you know, walked upon. It's like, I guess, you know. Anyways, this was the rest of the church. Very, very pretty. With original oil paintings on the pillars. They were like pretty much falling apart, but they were still there. And a close-up of the ivory work. This was beautiful up close. This is all ivory. Very, very pretty. Oh yeah, and I was telling you guys about the like the books that they had. I thought this was really cool. This like just like long walkway of this long walkway of just like books of all sorts. The original microwave, yeah, the holy microwave. Here's a close-up of like a lot of the books. Yeah, it was like an open-air bookstore. Here's some just kind of like random stores in that same little neighborhood. Walking around here was like one of the only times that I actually kind of like got to walk around. Because like the rest of the time we were in Egypt, it was very like, we were just kind of like sheltered inside of the tour van. But this was one of the only times we kind of like got to walk around a little bit. So this is kind of cool. This was a little antique shop. A little like tiny, dusty little antique shop in Egypt. And then this is a mosque. Which mosque was this? Hold on. This is the Muhammad Ali Mosque in Egypt. It's inside a very big fortress. I did have to wear a headdress here. There's a dog right there. Stray dog. No, not the not Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali, not the boxer. Not the boxer. No. It's the religious figure. The religious figure, not the boxer. The dog was just chilling. This is the inside. You have to take your shoes off here. And then this was the inside of the mosque. Very pretty. Our tour guide was very Muslim. Very, very Muslim. So like he spent a lot of time explaining like a lot of the prayer and a lot of stuff to us here. Spent a long time explaining all that kind of stuff for us. And then this is the view that you could see from there. If you look closely, you can see the pyramids near the side right there. Like if you look like right by the brim of my hat, you can see the pyramids in the distance there. This is kind of like the view from outside of the mosque of the whole city. Very pretty. Did he explain the Quran? Yes, but not here. He explained it at his home. I'll show you guys in a second. Big shot of the city. And then we went to the markets. I'm not sure if this place has an actual name, but it's like a bazaar, like a market. Very, very big market. Very cool. It was mostly like touristy kind of stuff you could buy here. A lot of cafes, stuff like that. I took a lot of pictures because I liked it here. I thought this place was really pretty. Bunch of like hookah shisha pipes you could get here. Yeah, this place was very packed, very narrow. I like that about it. And here's my friend. I took a picture of her and I posted it. There's a stray cat that was hanging out around here. Very cute stray cat. She hung out with me for a while. Look at her! She's so cute. She's so pretty. She was super cute. She let you pick her up. And she liked sitting right in between people. She was really, really cute. She was super sweet. She was adorable. I got to try, is it hookah? Shisha? I got to try some. It was actually pretty nice. It was just like herbs. It's not tobacco or anything. I was drinking a mango juice. It was pretty nice. It was pretty relaxing. And then this is the cafe we were hanging out at. This cafe was really nice. It was called El Fishawi. Hold on. El Fishawi. It actually has its own Wikipedia page. That's kind of crazy. It is apparently it's a cafe that opened up in 1797. It has been run by successive generations of the same family over at least 7 generations. I guess a lot of famous writers and intellectuals have like come to this cafe a lot. It's open 24/7, and apparently it is one of the oldest cafes in the entire country. To kind of put that in perspective, this cafe has been up in business since Napoleon invaded Egypt. It was really nice. It was a really nice cafe. This is where I was hanging out, drinking my mango juice and blowing some clouds. There were some guys playing music. It was really nice. That's what it looked like. And then, so the very last thing that we did in the entire trip and in Egypt is the tour guide invited all of us plus the tour van driver. What was his name? Mahmoud, I think. Mahmoud, what's his name? He invited all of us to have dinner at his home. His home was about an hour or so, like south from Cairo, in a, what was the place called? It's in like a village, in a farmer village. What's it called? Moshat Ashur. It's this little tiny farmer's village. So it was like pretty deep into the countryside. I never thought I was gonna see the countryside of Egypt. But it was very interesting. It's right on the border of like a ton of pyramids, because there's the Great Pyramids of Giza, but then there's like a ton of other pyramids. Like just tons all over Egypt, right? And like all over, like close to Cairo. So these had some of the older ones, not as impressive as the Giza ones. But just older ones, and you can see them in the distance. And then here's the food that he made! Here's the food that his family made. It was made by his wife and 3 sons. It was so much food, holy shit. So it was like a soup. And then like some greens. The like deep green stuff is like oil and herbs, and you dip your flatbread in it. And then the bowls with like long stuff, those are like white eggplant with filled with like rice and rice and herbs and sauce. There's potatoes with like a sauce. There's like big barbecued chicken. Yeah, Pepsi and 7-Up. Pepsi and 7-Up. And then the white container in the middle had it had lamb. It was very good. It was a lot of food. It was a ton of food in here. It was like we ate so much. Here's a close-up. That's our tour guide there showing us the lamb. Tour guide named Ahmed. And this was inside of his home. It was kind of interesting. It did feel weird visiting their home, actually. So here's the thing about his home that I did feel a little strange about. So his house was kind of like separated like this, right? His house was unfinished. The second floor was just like raw concrete and brick. It was unfinished. It didn't have anything on the second floor. But there was like an entryway here, basically. Oh my god, the kids are yelling out there. It had like a staircase to the second floor, which was gated off because there was nothing on the second floor. And then a big living room for like entertaining. Right here, they had like a TV. And like a bunch of like floor cushions and floor sofas. Here they had like a big pillar. That was pretty nice. They had their bathroom over here. And some other rooms. It was pretty big. And then on the other side was another living room. And then the rooms for the son and the daughter. I think there was another room over here, and then the kitchen. And then the family ate here on a table on the floor, and the kitchen was there. Something that felt kind of strange to me is that his wife was only allowed in this part of the home. She wasn't really allowed in this part. She wasn't really like allowed to eat with us. She could only really stay on like that side of the home. This side of the home was for like the men and their guests. Which like I think she was allowed in obviously like all of the home, but like if there was guests over, like she wasn't really allowed in this part of the home. So it felt a little strange to me, you know? I guess this is what I meant by like it was kind of like culture shock of like what do you mean there's parts of the house she's not really allowed in, you know? Like what do you mean, you know? But the food was very good. She cooked very good. I was very full. Cause like I ate the whole soup and then I ate a bunch of bread and I ate a bunch of chicken and potatoes and like eggplant thingies and I ate a bunch. And then for after that they served us tea with sugar and mint. The tea was very good. That's the background. That's Mahmoud, the driver, helping prepare the tea for everybody. And then I believe this may be the culprit of my stomach issues. I believe this may be where I got Habibi from. These are dates. So, this farmer village, their main thing was dates. And so these are dates. They were very good. I don't think you were supposed to eat the outside though. I don't think you were supposed to eat the peel. Like, it was soft enough to eat, but I don't think you were supposed to. And it makes sense because they were probably washed with with like tap water. And I think that's where I got sick. I think that's where most of us got sick. Yeah, they're fruits. Dates are fruits. Yeah. Was I the only one who got cursed? So, I was the one who got it the worst. My sister's husband was also sick for about a day or two. He was sick like the entire flight, which sucks. And then he was sick for about a day or two after that. And then my mom's husband was sick for about a day. But I don't think anybody else got sick. No, these were pretty good. Honestly, they weren't bad. They were very sweet. They were very sweet. I had only like one or two. But I have a feeling this is where I got sick. Even though they were very good. This is... this is kind of a crazy picture. On the tour van bus ride back, people could see us from the windows. And I think it must be like, it must be insanely real, or it must be insanely strange to see tourists in this village, because people didn't really know how to treat us. When we stepped out to take a picture at one place, this kid on a horse, like this little boy on a horse, came by and he's like, "Hello!" And he's like, "Money! Money!" He just started asking for money. He was like, "Money! Money!" And the tour guide had to be like, "No, dude, like, that's not how you treat people. Like, you don't just ask for money, you know?" Like, you don't just ask for money. But this little girl was very sweet. She was like chasing the tour van. We were having like a little like I would put my hand on the glass and then she would run up and put her hand like up to mine on the glass, and she just kept waving, like with a huge smile on her face, like waving to me the whole way. It was very cute. I was smiling and waving to her back. It was very cute. She was chasing the car down for a while. But when I talk about Egypt being a little dirty, you can kind of see it here. This is kind of what I mean. Especially a lot of the village was kind of like this. You know? It was a lot. It was kind of a lot like this. Like tons and tons of it. And in some areas it was this times like 30. You know? And there'd be like stray cats and dogs like digging through the trash, eating. Just some pictures of the village I took. The market here. Some fruits. Lots of dates everywhere. Pepsi. Doritos. Some women waiting on the side of the road. Some little cars. Yeah, the fruits look good. And these are some of the trees that the dates are going on. This is my last picture. Some of the dates going on the trees. And that's it. That's all the pictures I've got. That's all the pictures I've got, actually. That was 153 pictures on my phone and 290 pictures on my digital camera. It's a lot of pictures. A lot of pictures. Let me get rid of this here. And that was my journey. After that, we woke up. Ugh. After that, we slept like 2 hours. We woke up at 3 in the morning to get to the airport for a flight that left at 7 in the morning. We took a 5-hour flight to London. And then from there, oh my god, I got body checked so many times at the airport too. I got patted down like 3 times. And then from there, we just spent some time with my family at the airport in London. Cause my mom and my stepdad were taking a different plane. Cause they live in a different state. And the rest of us took the same plane home. And yeah, it was kind of a rough trip on the way back. I managed to sleep the majority of the plane back, so it wasn't so bad. But my stomach did start hurting near the end of the flight, which was pretty rough. But then I got home and, well, the rest of it was, well, as you guys know, getting very, very, very familiar with my bathroom again. So that was my journey. There's probably some stories that I've forgotten. And so they'll probably come up like randomly. You know, like I'll be doing something on stream, and if it reminds me of a story, then I'll let you guys know. Wait, I didn't even get to tell you guys. I tried Italian weed. I didn't even tell you guys. I totally forgot about the Italian weed. I totally forgot about the Italian weed. Oh my god. When we were walking around in Rome, there was a dispensary. I wasn't gonna touch anything, right? Like, but my sister and her husband were like, you have to buy some. Like, they were like, we need to buy some weed. Like, I guess it was legal there, yeah. So they bought some gummies in Rome. They bought some Italian weed in Rome. And later that night at the hotel, they gave me a gummy. And I'm not gonna lie, you guys, it was the only time in those entire 2 weeks that my feet stopped hurting. It was the only time. It was awesome. Nothing, for the time until I fell asleep, nothing hurt. Nothing hurt. Like, my feet felt like clouds. Nothing hurt at all. So, you know, shout outs to that Italian shit. Shout outs to that Italian shit. Thank you, David. I don't really have any more of a story after that, because like it was just like we were at the apartment, we were just chilling, and they gave me a gummy, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, like anything to end this pain, you know? And yeah, for that moment, nothing hurt. It was awesome, because like my feet were hurting so bad during that. Normally that like I couldn't stand up. Even lying down, my feet were just like hurting, like shooting pain. It's the shit that makes you go Mamma Mia. I totally forgot about the Italian weed, dude. I absolutely forgot. Anyway, yeah, as I remember more stories, I'll tell you guys. Yeah, I ate the shit that made the adventure bizarre. Yeah, I'll just tell you, like, my feet are fine right now. I was honestly pretty scared. Cause like, when I was in Rome and Egypt, my feet were like swollen like fucking balloons. Yo, that's thank you! My feet were swollen up like balloons. And I was really worried. I was really worried because like it felt like a really deep pain. Like it almost felt like a bone pain. Nice time, Pom. So I was really scared. You know, I was really scared that like it was something serious. And like my feet were like starting to turn like weird colors, you know? But literally like I didn't walk for like 2 days when I got home, and they're back to normal. They're fine. I took a 2-mile walk yesterday and they're fine. Like they don't hurt anymore. And they're like not swollen at all anymore. If anything, all that walking made them super soft. So now my feet are like ridiculously soft now. You know, just in case you wanted to think about it. Just in case you wanted to think about them. They're very soft now. But yeah, no, they don't hurt anymore. I did lose a chunk of weight. It's nice. And it's nice to kind of like, you know, get used to moving around again. So like now I can walk around, you know, and I have a little bit more stamina for walking around. And I'm nice and tan. I got pretty toasted. It's really funny. I look like a bread. Like my arms look like a baked bread. Cause like the bottom, like where my wrist is and stuff, is all pale, and then the top is all brown. So I look like a little bread. Yeah, I got really tan. I don't know if I'll do a hand cam. My nails look like shit right now. I had to bite my nails off while I was there. The manicure I got right before leaving for my trip was dog shit. It was so bad. My manicure started falling apart like basically like 2-3 days into the trip. And so I just like I took the polish off, and then my nails were all like busted and one of them broke. So I just had to like in a moment of anxiety and desperation, I bit my nails, and so they're all short and fucked up looking right now. But they're nice and brown currently. Which is a shame, because now it's cold. So, like, I can't even show off my tan. But, oh well. Oh well. Anyway. I think that's about it for me. We're at the 4-hour mark. I'm pretty tired. So I'm gonna spend the rest of the day trying to relax a little bit. I still haven't unpacked my stuff. I forgot to take pictures of my souvenirs, so I'll take a picture of that and show it to you guys later. There probably will be no stream tomorrow. We'll see. And if there is, it'll just be something chill. I haven't decided yet if we'll do like a movie or something. There are a lot of movies I've been meaning to watch. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe not. Yeah. But possibly no stream tomorrow. I think now that I'm feeling a little better, like I kind of just want a day to chill, you know, like no stream, no nothing. Just kind of like enjoy being back home, you know? Like clean up a little bit, unpack all my stuff, do laundry from the clothes from my trip that I still haven't done. I haven't taken anything out of my suitcase yet. And then we'll start again next week. Alright, you guys. Let's see who we can go right off into. I'm just happy to be back. I missed you guys a lot. I'm gonna go send you guys off into the Any Clover stream. They're having their anniversary party right now. Alright, you guys, I love you so much. I hope you enjoyed the stories. I hope you enjoyed all the pictures. I hope you enjoyed hearing everything. Hearing all the different sides of me that came out during the trip. The good and the bad. It's nice to be back. I will talk to you guys on the Discord, on Twitter, or on stream next time I see you. Alright. I love you all. Goodbye! Even if it was kind of bad, it was good to you get to go. I don't regret the trip. It was a very fun trip. I am very privileged and very blessed to have had a chance to see the world like that, honestly. Despite everything, you know, I am very grateful that I got to see the world. I'm very grateful to have gone on the trip, you know, even with all the stupid family stuff, even with all the panic attacks and all the times I was miserable and everything, you know, it just comes with it. It just comes with it, you know? Yeah, I was miserable, but I was miserable in another country. So, you know, at least I can be grateful for that. So, yeah. So, Oscar, everybody! I love you. Bye-bye. What's the color? Pink. Today's color is pink.